Good morning, good morning, good morning, and welcome into one of the very best days in all of sports. That's right, it is the first day of March Madness. We are so pumped to be here at the Potawatomi Sportsbook. We got a ton of specials to share with you all day long, a ton of special guests who are going to join us today. I'm Jen Lada of ESPN Milwaukee. I'll be hanging out here. I've got some friends who will be swinging by. We're going to talk about the games, we're going to talk about picks, and of course, we're going to tell you all about the Potawatomi Sportsbook. So, of course, I just looked over my shoulder in these enormous windows behind me. The Sportsbook already jam-packed. Every single table in there, every single seat is taken as people are getting excited and anticipating the Wisconsin game against High Point. We'll talk a little bit about that matchup as the day goes on. But let me start by telling you who all is going to join us today here in the Potawatomi Sportsbook studio. It's a great spot. We got 4 mics. We might go 4 wide at some point. Who can say? Starting off the day, I'll be hanging out with you, my pal and teammate from ESPN Milwaukee, the executive producer of Thanalysis, Tony Cartagena is going to join me in just a few minutes. We're going to break down all of the action, of course. And then we've got a whole cast of characters, people you know, people you love, who can talk sports with the best of them. We're going to start with Steve Sparky Fifer. He's going to be coming up shortly on the show. Obviously, you know him from 105.7 The Fan. His teammate, John Kuhn, face of the Potawatomi Sportsbook. He's going to be hanging out with us as well today. We've got Reid and Chelsey Magnum from Magnum Media. They're going to be talking all things sportsbook, all things hoops. We've got Billy Schmidt from the Packers Radio Network. Will be stopping by. Steve Novak, you know him, you love him. Marquette sharpshooter, done a little bit of work with the Bucks as well. Greg Matzek from Good Karma Brands. Of course, he's like kind of my boss, but not really my boss, but certainly a teammate. He's going to be stopping by, sports director of 620. And Fox Sports Radio's Doug Russell. Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin's Doug Russell, a good friend of mine, an old friend of mine. We've worked together for years. It'll be so great to see Doug Russell hanging out with us here in the Sportsbook as well. All right, what do you guys want to know? We're going to be talking about the games. I've got one of the games over here over my shoulder. It just went to commercial, but we got Ohio State taking on TCU. How do you pick your brackets? Do you go with the higher seed? Are you a chalk person? Do you have a team that you root for? I guarantee a lot of people here in the Sportsbook are going to be pulling for Wisconsin, hoping that Wisconsin can knock off High Point. And then, of course, their next matchup, which a lot of people will be eyeing up, is Arkansas if they can win today's game. What do you like about the Badgers? I gotta tell you, this team has been so fun to watch. Is it just me, or does it feel like the Badgers have gone through a little bit of a renovation, maybe changing the narrative a little bit? For a long time when we watched Wisconsin basketball, it was all about, oh, they're gonna slow you down, they're gonna take their time, they're gonna run down the clock, low possessions, but they're gonna make every single possession count. This team that we're watching this season under Greg Gard feels different. It feels more exciting. It feels like they can run with the best of them. And run, guys, they're going to have to, because that High Point team can score in buckets. I think I saw that they average more than 90 points per game. They're getting about 27 trips to the free throw line. This is a team that is going to give Wisconsin a run for its money, but I got my money on Wisconsin today in that game. So many matchups for us to break down. Come on down to the Potawatomi Sportsbook. Every day this week, they're opening the Sportsbook at 9 a.m. so you can get your bets in. The counters, they're going to open at 8, and of course the kiosks are going to be open 24/7. So when you come down here, remember, you can always live bet as well. I'm the type of person, if I'm watching a game here at the Sportsbook, I'm always eyeing up the line at halftime. See if I can get a little value there. See if I think somebody is better equipped to make a run. I've done that for some of the college football games here. I might be doing that with the Ohio State TCU game, as that game is currently, well, we're still in commercial. What is the score of that game? 14-13 early on, last check. So lots of stuff going on here at the Potawatomi Sportsbook. What do you guys want to know? Let us know in the comments section on the stream. You can follow us, of course, on YouTube, and that's where we'll be taking your questions, taking your reaction all day long here from the Potawatomi Sportsbook. Let me tell you about some of the specials that we have going on here at the Potawatomi Sportsbook, because if you don't have plans, this is absolutely the place to be. Got to make reservations, you got to grab a table, but you can always come through and make your bets. Certainly have a great vibe going on here at the Potawatomi Sportsbook. Let's begin with this bucket that I got sitting right here next to me. This is the Bud Light special. It's a $20 bucket, so you and your pals, there we go, look at, we got a side camera, we got a side angle for the bucket. So you and your pals can come and share a bucket, just $20. They've got Papa Shot Pop-A-Shot happening down in the Sportsbook as well, so play Pop-A-Shot. I think some of our guys are going to be playing Pop-A-Shot. I think Tony said he was going to try his hand at Pop-A-Shot. I hope Steve Novak tries his hand at Pop-A-Shot. He's obviously fantastic, a fantastic shooter. And then they have the 100-ounce beer tubes, and you get $10 off. So a great deal for you and your pals to share as you enjoy all of the basketball action today at the Potawatomi Sportsbook. We're going to take a break here on the show. I'm going to be joined by Tony Cartagena when he comes back. We're going to break down that Wisconsin matchup. We're going to go through the Sportsbook. We're going to tell you where we think there's some value in some of these picks. We're going to tell you who we like in our brackets. And I'll tell you some of the more zany, crazy ways that people are filling out their brackets this year. One has to do with a cat. I kid you not. I'm not sure it's the most reliable way to fill out your bracket, but it could be a fun way to enjoy the action for the next couple of weeks. So I'm Jen Lada, hanging out here in the Potawatomi Sportsbook. Stick around. We'll be right back after this. Tony Cartagena is going to come on over and join me here in the Potawatomi Sportsbook. All right, we are back. Tournament time here at the Potawatomi Sportsbook. I can feel the energy going on back there,
It's
coming
amazing.
through the glass. Like, you can hear people cheering. Obviously, the Ohio State TCU game on right now, a classic 8-9 matchup. I can hear myself coming from the computer that is in front of me, so that's cool. A little mute action happening there. And Tony Cartagena is joining me now here in the Potawatomi Sportsbook studio. Let's talk a little bit about what you have going on. Most people know you from your executive producer role of Thanalysis.
Yes. Thanalysis with Thanalysis Antetokounmpo. Very popular last name. I mean, always in their state, but especially over the last 24 hours for a multitude of reasons. 24
hours, 2 weeks, 2
Yeah.
months,
It's
5
been-
years. Like,
basically.
Yeah, it's been fun.
Basically since they won the championship in 2021. But Thanalysis Live is presented by Potawatomi and the Sportsbook here, which has been home to many Thanalysis broadcasts. And we are next week, Friday only. We're 8 days away. Thanalysis Live 2026. We are bringing the Nature Boy, Ric Flair, to the city of Milwaukee. We've been promoting this thing for weeks, and this is not just because she's sitting next to me. You do the best woo out of everyone.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious. Jesse Nelson has tried it. Jason Wilde has tried it. Alex Stroh thinks he can do it.
I think I've only done it one time,
no,
Tony.
And I heard the one live read you did for it, and I was like, this is the winner. This is it right here. And we're very excited to have you back hosting the event this year.
Thank you.
Which we're super excited about.
Can I tell you my Ric Flair story very quickly?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so I'm not like a huge wrestling person. My husband is huge into wrestling, was when he was growing up.
Okay.
But I obviously know Ric Flair. I'm familiar with his work. And I was at the National Sports Emmys 2 years ago, and he was there because I think there was a documentary that was made about his life or something, and so
I
he
think
was
it's 30
there.
for 30, yeah.
It might have been something for ESPN. And I was standing with a group of people. They were talking to Ric Flair, and someone introduced me to him, and he goes, "From College GameDay?" And I was
That's
like,
awesome.
"Yes." And he goes, "I love your work. I'm a huge fan." And I was like, Ric Flair.
Isn't that just like the coolest
It
when
was
people
the
recognize
but
you?
also, like, it didn't occur to me that we might roll in the same circles, or that he might be a college football fan. Of course he is. That he might watch College GameDay and see my story. So yeah, when he was like, "Big fan of your work," I was like, all right, I'm going to go now, because this conversation can't get any better than it is in this moment.
It might have been maybe right before you started at College GameDay in your current role, because he was the guest picker in Madison one year.
Really?
Because as I've learned, and when it first happened, I was like, why?
Yeah, what's the
Because he didn't
connection?
so he went to high school in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin.
I had no idea.
We're releasing a video later today where he talks a little bit about that, so stay tuned for that one. But his Wisconsin connection is Beaver Dam, of all places. Also the birthplace of Good Karma Brands. Plug there. You're welcome, Craig.
So hold on, I want to do the woo, but I don't want to underwhelm you now. Like, you put a lot of pressure on me with the woo that I feel like I have to deliver it well.
You were a natural. Let's just hear it. Pretend put yourself in the space. You're on the set of Gabe and Chewy. Josh DiMaggio hands you a piece of paper. It's, hey, got to promote Thanalysis Live with the one, the only, the Nature Boy, Ric Flair.
Woo!
It's so damn
good? That
is good.
Okay.
Even people in the room thought it was great.
That.
I love
All right.
it.
So it's not just Ric Flair, which is a huge draw, obviously, a huge get. You guys continue every year to bring incredible guests, people with Milwaukee connections, people outside of Milwaukee, to make it a must-see event.
Yeah, it's one of those events where anyone who's anyone is going to be there at these things. And, when we flew in Stephen A. Smith, legitimately hid him in a hotel room for like 12 hours because he can't just like walk down the street.
Well, by the way, he was on First Take that morning.
From Milwaukee.
Right, I saw like the curtains of the hotel room before, and I was like, oh, people don't even know.
The work we put in to set that up. And then last year, Giannis was a complete surprise to everyone. He was not part of the show because Mariah was set to give birth that day. Little did we know, when he showed up at the show, she did give birth 4 hours before, and he showed up to the show with the bracelet on from the hospital, and that was incredible. And then we also surprised Brooke Lopez with his twin brother, Robin, who flew in the day of the show, and thanks to Potawatomi, their security kept him hidden. So it's really hard to hide a 7-footer too. So
You think?
So that was fun. And this year we've already announced Rick. We've announced this morning, thanks to Jen's help, Pat Murphy and Jacob Mizorowski from the Milwaukee Brewers, who are just, I love both of them. They've been on
Absolute
the show before.
stars.
They're both amazing.
I mean, Mizorowski is obviously a rising star, but just think right now of the level of stardom he has already achieved from what he did when he first set foot on the mound for the Milwaukee Brewers. And Pat Murphy, of course, continues to win National League Manager of the Year. Can anyone else even contend with him at this point? Two
just
huge
the coolest guy
and they're
ever.
interesting people. people, right? They're not
100%.
just athletes. Like, they've got depth to them, which I always feel like is something that draws people in. You know, it's not just, they're not just going to talk X and O's. They're not just going to talk about the Brewers, which will be great when they do. But, like, opening day is Thursday. They'll be coming off of opening day. It's awesome that you were able to lock them up.
Yeah, and it's on an off day for them. We're super excited. The storytelling, just the interactions, the back and forth. Pat Murphy, I joked with him when he was on our show, like, I want him to write a book one day just about, like, he's friends with was friends with Muhammad Ali.
Whoa.
Yeah, still talks to his wife, his widow. And I was just like, how? And he was telling me, he's like, oh, I used to coach football. I was like, wait, hold on. You coached football before baseball? He's like, yeah, I was a college coach out in California. And the man is fascinating. I love him. I'm also curious what foods he has in his pocket when he pops on stage with us.
Fair question.
Like, yeah, we're gonna have a lot of fun. Like what I said, with Jen hosting. Can't wait. TALiveshow.com. That's TALiveshow.com for tickets. And if you go to ESPN Milwaukee's social pages, there might be a buy one get one ticket offer, a promo code right there for you. Check out ESPN Milwaukee on Instagram for that promo code. And Jen, you mentioned the storytelling and just how that's something what we do on our show. It's not X's and O's all the time. It's like stories of these people. And that's one of the coolest parts about the tournament now here, right? Like, I can look at today's spreads and I see Louisville, South Florida coming up in just a couple of minutes here. And it's, Louisville is -3.5 and all that means something. But when you really dive into some of these teams, Wisconsin included, you see the stories behind some of these players, behind some of these coaches on the men's and women's side. And I think that's like my biggest draw to the NCAA tournament, and I love it because the other day, I kid you not, turn on SportsCenter in the morning. It was way too early for this story probably to air, and it was this breakdown of Audie Crooks, Iowa State on the women's side, why she wears number 55.
So good.
And I'm like sitting there bawling at 6:30 in the morning. The story's amazing. It's an honor to her father, is why she wears that number, who passed away. And as you watch this tournament, you learn these stories. People talented like yourself tell these stories about these college athletes, and it's just the absolute best. I love this time of year.
Look, that's why I've said this. Look, the magnitude and the number of teams that are participating in the tournament is obviously a big reason why it attracts so many people, right? You're talking about that many fan bases who are invested in this tournament style championship. So that's the first thing. But then every team has an opportunity to share their story, to share what makes them unique. And I keep going back to Miami of Ohio because I think it captured a lot of that as the season went on. This idea of an undefeated team going for the perfect season, which they ultimately accomplished in the regular season, weren't able to get it done in the MAC tournament. But you watched them last night. Like, they have a feistiness to them. They have a chip on their shoulder. They know that people don't think that they belong in this field, that they think that their schedule was too weak. And then you start talking to the coach and his journey. I have a great story about Travis Steele, the head coach of Miami of Ohio. They obviously played last night. They'll be taking on Tennessee in the first round. I think that's tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken.
Tomorrow.
So we'll talk a little bit about that tomorrow. But he was telling me when I was talking to him preparing for one of their games that when he was at Xavier and he was the assistant head coach there, they had won games big that year and they had lost games big, but they had never been in dogfights all season long. And he said, and unfortunately, when you get to March, most of the games are dogfights, certainly for the first half, right? You just don't have a ton of blowouts unless you're talking about that 16-1 matchup. He said the problem was they faced a team in Wisconsin that stuck with them for the entire game. I think Xavier that year lost 6 games, but Wisconsin stayed with them toe-to-toe the entire game, and at the end, his guys were freaking out. They didn't know how to handle it because they hadn't been in that situation. And sure enough, everybody remembers, Bronson Koenig, who ended up hitting the shot, and the Wisconsin Badgers beat Xavier. And he's telling me that he's telling that story to his Miami of Ohio guys because they were in dogfights, night in and night out. I think they had like 8 games that were decided by 1 possession. And so it's like those stories that I think really capture the bigger audience.
Oh,
I have no reason to cheer for Miami of Ohio in this tournament. But I'm going to tell you what, I was like, let's see what these kids can do, right?
And that's the thing, too. You'll watch these games and you'll see something small about one player. And you mentioned, like, dogfights. Like, when you play, so one of my first jobs out of college, I was in Cleveland. I left Madison, went to ESPN Cleveland, and they asked me one year, they were like, would you want to do color analyst for the MAC tournament? And the MAC tournament is awesome. It's a smaller conference. It is what it is. But you actually get to know some of these players. And I was the same age as some of these players at the time, not far removed from playing. And it was just like hey, I went through this, I had this injury or whatever, and like all the kids at some of these smaller schools have been in dogfights like their entire playing careers. And now with NIL the way it's working out, you get kids maybe not at the same school, but at least in college longer. So like their stories are a little more set in stone, but like that experience makes for better basketball, and it makes for some awesome, just like we're watching TCU Ohio State in the regular season. Probably not going to turn this game on, but as it's a 4-point game with 4 minutes to go in the first half, and if you're interested in betting on just halves themselves, you can do that at the Potawatomi Sportsbook.
Yeah, so I think the spread on this one was 2.5. And look, we got a 4-point game in front of us right now. Now, I want to ask you something about this year's tournament that I've heard a lot of people talking about. Obviously, I cover college football. You're deeply invested in college sports generally. There's been a ton of change in that space, in college sports, in the last 2 or 3 years. A lot of it is NIL, a lot of it is the transfer portal. And so there's this theory about this year's tournament which states you're not going to get as many upsets. You're not going to get as many Cinderella stories because the players on those teams, those mid-major teams, they're not there anymore, right? If they've had a modicum of success, they've been plucked and poached by the top-tier teams, right? If they can contribute in any way, make them better, these top-tier teams are throwing NIL money at them, they're putting them on their roster. So you don't have the opportunity as much to have a mid-major team, a lower-seeded team, make that deep run. Do you subscribe to that theory, which I have heard from a ton of people headed into this year's tournament?
So loosely, and I say that because I get it. So like Nick Boyd is dominating for the Badgers right now. He was like the 200th, if not almost 300th ranked transfer portal entry last year, and now he's doing what he's doing. I understand that, especially if you get someone who has a great junior season. Normally, if they're at a mid-major, all right, they're going to be that senior leader, so they probably would be able to lead a mid-major to a tournament victory or two. I don't think it applies necessarily to the quality of the game you're going to get, though. And I say that because I think when you go through some of these programs, we'll use Siena plays Duke today, right?
Right.
No one really expects Siena to win that game.
That's a 27.5-point line.
But I expect games like that, or McNeese State and Vanderbilt, which is 12.5. Like, I expect games like that to be a little bit better because the people who don't leave the schools are now getting those opportunities, and they have another year of experience under their belts. So I do think at the mid-major level, you have a lot of talent that are sophomores and juniors who are also trying really, really hard to get that NIL deal to go be the 7th or 8th man at a major or Power 5 university. So upsets, it might be closer to chalk than people kind of want this time of year, but I do think we're going to see more games this tournament that are single digits deep into the second half more than years before. Because, you have those games like, you have UMBC beats Virginia or whatever it is, and then they get housed in the next round. It's a 30-point game. Like, those games are going to happen. But I think this year, for some reason, just the way I look at some of these mid-major talents, I'm like, all right, these guards have experience. They can slow down the game. They can keep it close with the big dogs. Like, you might see Kentucky or Kansas only be up by the slimmest of margins into the second half, which I think will be better basketball overall.
As you're filling out your bracket, Tony, are you the guy who recognizes trends? We all love Paul Hembakidis at ESPN, Hembo as he's known. He's the stat guy. He talks about trends all the time. I think every year he starts talking about these are the things that oftentimes happen in the tournament. We all know about how frequently a 1 beats a 16, although to your point, the opposite can occur and has occurred. But the big one that people look at is that 5-12, right? And I think I heard like 36% of the time a 12 beats a 5 in tournament history. Are you a guy when you're filling out your bracket where you lean into that and say, what of these 4 matchups, 5-12 matchups, is most likely to have an upset? And because you can get away with, in these brackets, maybe missing on an early one, assuming that the one that you didn't pick doesn't make a run to the Final Four, are you one of those people who is like, I'm going to take a gamble because a 12-5 upset happens, we just said, 36% of the time, so let me figure out which one of these it's most likely to happen to?
Yeah, I kind of look at that a little bit, but I also look at just kind of feel for teams. And also, Hembo, as you just mentioned, throws stats out there. People go with the 5-12. That's always like the sexy upset. I think it was James Madison beat Wisconsin as a 5-12.
But the 10-7 is another one that I heard.
That one, but I also heard the other day, it's not going to be High Point this year, by the way, for people. I heard the other day the 6-11 matchup over the last 60 games is 30-30.
Really?
That's
50%.
And
how many years going back would that be?
If there's 4 every year, it goes.
And you said how many games?
Over the last 60 or 30.
Wow, yeah.
So that's like a legitimate trend, I would think. But that was just something I read.
Write
I was just
that
like,
one
wait,
down.
that's
that
like
was You said
The
six?
six. I believe I read it. The 6-11 matchup is 30-30 straight up over the past 60 games.
Wow, that's crazy.
And
could you bring in the knowledge, bring in the stats?
It's stolen from Twitter, someone much smarter than me.
But basically, it's 50-50, right?
Yeah.
30 games and 30 games. 30 wins by the 6, 30 games by the 11.
And how often does anyone ever bring up the 6-11 matchup?
They don't.
Yeah, so it's one of those things where, I think you look at trends like that. I really like to look at conference tournament champions, because I do think for mid-major schools, and it all goes back to when people remember Kemba Walker going on his run.
Mm-hmm.
I do think there is some carryover for schools that just get that, we believe now we can win, and they rattle off a couple wins in a
Maybe
row.
for mid-majors, but I got to tell you, I've always subscribed to the idea that making a deep run in your conference tournament can sometimes be a bad thing for the tournament, because a lot of this is going to come down to fatigue. A lot of it's going to come down to endurance. A lot of it is who can handle the stressors, the pressures of these games. Do you get a big break between rounds? Yeah, you do, but when you're playing back-to-back games, that weighs on a team. And depending on your depth, that can be a big factor in whether or not you walk away a winner or a loser. So there are times where I'm and look, maybe this is Marquette bias for the years that they haven't won the Big East tournament, and I'll be convincing myself, all right, now they're going to make a deep run because they're not tired from making a deep run in the Big East tournament. I don't know. But there is some of that I take into account when I'm filling out my bracket as well.
Yeah, and then on the flip side, some people have that opinion, and then you'll talk to some people and be like, that tournament wrapped up on Saturday. They're 20 years old. They don't play till Friday. We got so much time.
That's what I tell my kid, by the way, when he's oh, I'm so tired. I'm like, you're 17. You have energy for days. Don't miss me with the I'm tired.
So we don't have to say schools or anything, but 17, still in high school.
He is.
In class today or watching basketball somewhere?
So great question. I think he has a third period study hall.
Okay.
I think that lines up perfectly with when these games are starting.
Oh,
I wouldn't be surprised if there's a little YouTube TV activation, a little YouTube TV happening.
Can you see
someone
signed in to your YouTube
account? Absolutely, yeah. But can you blame him, right? This is all part of our sports fan existence.
One of I think I might have been in 8th grade. We got a snow day, an epic snowstorm on the first day of the tournament.
Come on.
I walked the mile it is to my friend's house. Probably wasn't a mile, but it sounds better all these years later. I think I came home Sunday. I just went, I had a bag, and I went, and I was just hey, we don't have school the next couple of days, and what was he gonna do? He didn't school
amazing.
Either. And we watched college basketball for 4 straight days, and it was just an epic tournament. It's one of those. Didn't have to worry about sneaking in, asking. This was before smartphone. Smartphones came out later in high school for me. So when Wisconsin would be on a Thursday, and I'm in 7th grade, and we barely had internet in Milwaukee Public School, so I'd be hey teacher, what's the we need an update over here.
If you had a really good teacher, they'd roll that television into the room
with the seatbelt on the top.
Yeah, let you watch a little bit of the March Madness action. That's for sure.
Just the best.
So we are going to keep you guys posted. TCU sort of pulling away in this game. TCU versus
points.
Ohio State. TCU the 9 seed, Ohio State the 8 seed. We'll check out how the lines have changed at Potawatomi Sportsbook, because of course they are changing live. So you can go ahead and, again, if you're like me, you'll check it out. There's only a minute left in this half. You'll check out those lines at halftime and see if there's some value there for you. When we return, Tony and I are going to go through today's games. We're going to tell you who we like in each of the games. Look, some of them are going to be easy. Some of them we're going to look at some of the bets that are offered for those games, see what we like. We are here in the Potawatomi Sportsbook.
We're also going to talk about Jen's bracket here, by the way. It's a little teaser there. I have some questions for Jen's bracket. The printed out version, by the way.
What's wrong with my bracket? We'll be right back.
Love it.
I forgot.
I forgot about getting to it, and then I was like, oh, wait.
I'm not trying to break up any families, but you guys know you'd be really good on radio together.
Oh, thank you. That's so nice of you. Thank you.
I'm just watching. I'm
Tony Cartagena and Jen Lada hanging out in the Potawatomi Sportsbook studio here at Potawatomi, and of course it is tournament time. We've got major games going on all day long. Halftime of the TCU-Ohio State game, which might surprise a lot of people, but TCU is up big, 39-24 at the half. We can also hear cheering over our shoulders as the fans here at Potawatomi are clearly into this Nebraska-Troy game. It's a three-point game right now because, again, I think people are rooting for the underdog. I think they're rooting for Troy to upset Nebraska. And if you're a Badgers fan, and I got to tell you, there's a boatload of Badgers fans out here who are waiting for the Badgers to kick off a little bit later today. Do you root for the Big Ten teams, or are you anti-Big Ten teams?
I'm anti that. If I don't like you during the regular season, I don't like you. Like, do you remember when the Bears were in the Super Bowl? They're in the the NFC North. I'm not rooting for it's good for the conference. It's good for no, it's not. Look, if I hate Michigan, October through the end of February, I hate Michigan. Simple as that. There is no good for the Big Ten.
Does your bracket reflect that? I mean, a lot of people think Michigan is going to make a deep run here.
Sometimes
Illinois is another Big Ten team. A lot of people are excited about.
If I'm a toss-up, so the way my sports fanhood works, which is totally petty, which is me as a human. Like, there are things where I know about like coaches. I'm like, I don't like that person. Okay. So then if it's like a toss-up game, I'm like, that guy. Pick the other team.
Get him out of there. You said you had some problem with my bracket. What's your issue with my bracket?
So let me, if you don't mind if I grab this here. Yeah. So Jen has her bracket here. In the year of our Lord 2026, it is printed off on normal paper, and I hope this isn't the one she submitted, because if we can zoom in on this, penmanship B solid B. It is not completed. The games have started, and the bracket is incomplete.
I mean, I got some notes there in the margins.
You did like real work, and you have 10% here. You got your first round done, and then you just have Duke in the Sweet 16, and nothing else. I think she's waiting. This one's gonna happen. Jen's gonna show up at the ESPN Milwaukee studios.
Look at my perfect bracket
on Monday and be like, guys, call the Sweet 16 perfectly. I wrote it out right here. Okay, that's what's gonna happen.
It's a fair criticism because what am I doing walking around with a half filled out bracket? But to your point,
do you also have a landline?
Wait, dude, we just got our landline yesterday. Wait, time out. The fact that you asked me that because I love that this Buffalo Wild Wings commercial has Hannah in it, and she's wearing her Wisconsin jersey. Thank you very much. She's amazing. The Giggly podcast is amazing, and she's obviously a Wisconsin fan because she went there. We got a landline because I have an 8-year-old and a 6-year-old, and they want to talk to their pals, and we will not get them phones. Like, we are anti-cell phones, anti-smartphones, so we literally bought this landline so that they can, and their friends got it, so we did this whole thing where we were like, get a landline. So anyway, throwback to 1994.
I tried to make a joke about Jen being old-fashioned with her printout brackets and her landline. The landline's a real reason. I respect that.
We really have a landline. So what I was going to say is, it is 2026, and I did fill out my bracket on the ESPN app, and that's where my picks live. But I was thinking, for the sake of this show, it's hard to go to the app and be like, who did I pick in that second round game? You know what I mean? And so I was trying to transfer the information from the phone to the paper bracket, and I just got distracted.
You also have, you did a radio show this morning. I did nothing. I was just looking at the internet, prepared for this. So, no, I do think, so we have, obviously you mentioned it was a TCU pulling away from Ohio State. And that line, the live update, is now TCU -9 over Ohio State. That's a 9-8. That would be an upset there. And I'm also looking at Troy, Nebraska, which on the Potawatomi Sportsbook website, it updates in real time on the live betting. And it has gone from -11 for Nebraska to now -14.5.
I got to tell you, I'm looking at this money line, +900 for Troy, who is only within, 6 points of Nebraska. If Troy pulls off the upset, there might be some value there. Again, the fact that they're hanging with them this early, could that change? Yes, it is early in the game, still 7 minutes left in the first half. But, to that point, TCU having this big lead on Ohio State at the Potawatomi Sportsbook has shifted their money line to -770. So it's almost like the bookmakers feel like, this is going to be really tough for Ohio State to overcome. But if you're an Ohio State fan and you've been watching them all year long and you think they could make a second half run, or they're going to make the appropriate adjustments, this is where your knowledge of maybe the Big Ten, maybe your knowledge of Ohio State can benefit you, because it's +440 money line for Ohio State.
And this is why that college basketball is so exciting, I think, too, because Wisconsin, if you ranked their wins this year, I think they have five of some of the best wins in the country.
They do.
they went to Ohio State and lost this year too. Like Ohio State has beaten good teams this year, obviously, despite being the 8th seed. So like you see the deficit going into halftime, and then if you follow the Big Ten, you're also like, yeah, but I've seen these guys hang tough with one of the best teams in the country. So it's one of those. It's college. It's very confusing sometimes. You can just have a player have a bad night, and now all of a sudden, they drop a seed or whatever it is. So always very interesting to watch. I love watching the live betting come through, so you can kind of see the trends for the game. But also when you just look ahead, when I'm filling out a bracket and I look at who I'm going to pick, but I also, I want to make something smart. And usually the money lines or the lines are smart. So I'm looking at Louisville, South Florida. And I was like, I really want to pick South Florida for a very non-basketball reason. And then I look at the lines, and it's only Louisville minus 3.5.
So that gives you more optimism about maybe leaning away from the crowd?
100%. So I was telling Jen this a little bit ago. I was watching, I think I saw this just pop up on when I was doom scrolling at some point, but the head coach, Brian Hodgson from South Florida, his post-selection Sunday interview, he was talking about, he's like, I was so excited when I saw the draw and we were headed to Buffalo. He's from the Buffalo area. He's been a head coach for 3 years now. He's only 38 years old. He's been a head coach in college basketball for 3 years, and his pops has dementia and is unable to really travel to see him coach, and he coaches in South Florida, Buffalo, South Florida. There's some miles there. They get the Buffalo draw, and he said, I'm just so excited. My dad is going to see me coach in person for the first time. Similar to the Audie Crook story, I'm sitting there, I'm like, yep, South Florida. Just, if the line would have been like South Florida plus 11, I would have been like, this obviously doesn't seem like a smart pick. But 3.5 in this tournament, with that story, with that backing.
And your point earlier about the 11-6 matchups, you talked about it earlier in the show about how they've gone 30 and 30.
Yeah. So I look at that and I'm just like, yep, I'm going to roll with this. I'm going to go check that one out.
Now, you roll with them in the first round, but does common sense take over at some point and go, okay, this is where their ride ends?
I think so. So when I do the bracket, because then, like, especially when you're, making your, look at your Venmo feed right now, it's just March Madness basketball donation, but, and I'm like, I love the story. I hope they win a game. But I don't want to lose money just for the sake of a story that I don't.
It's a really good point by you, because I do think that when people fill out their brackets, it's actually okay to do that in the early round. And we mentioned this a little bit earlier. If you want to bet with your heart, if you want to fill out your bracket with your heart, the early round is when to do it. To give them that, like we mentioned earlier, Miami of Ohio. I'm going to give them the win in their first game. Yeah, they're taking on Tennessee. Yeah, they just played last night. They obviously pulled away late. But, because I want to root for them, so I want my bracket to reflect that. Now, do I think that if they beat Tennessee, or do I think they're going to beat Tennessee? Not really, but if they do, it's nice to have them in that bracket. To the point I was making, I don't see them going much further, right? There is still a talent gap between the top tier teams and the mid-major teams, the teams that either win their conference and get the auto bid, or the other ones that have sort of snuck in the field here.
So you have been proven so correct right now, as I was struggling to go to the app, find the bracket, get the thing. If it was printed out in front of me, damn it, Jen was right.
But I haven't finished it, so I can only take half credit.
But when South Florida beats Louisville today, and I look very smart in the pools that I'm in, they will play the winner of Michigan State, North Dakota State. Michigan State is 16.5 in that one. They're probably going to win. As much as I love the story, I would not pick, and I did not pick South Florida then over Michigan State in that regard, because it's March, it's Tom Izzo, it's Michigan State, and also that line will probably be closer to double digits.
All right, I got one more thing I want to get with you before we get John Kuhn in here to hang out with us. John Kuhn, the face of the Potawatomi Sportsbook.
He's got food named after him.
So I was talking earlier about this bracket that people were filling out. I was saying that there's this family, and I've told this story on Jen, Gabe, and Chewy, so if you've heard it, I apologize. But everyone in the family has to fill out a bracket. You don't have to be a basketball savant. You don't have to know X's and O's. You don't even have to know the records of each team, although it is usually on the bracket. They just do whatever. If you like this name better than if it sounds like your favorite actor, whatever your methodology is. They even make the family cat fill it out. But the family cat has parameters, and the parameters are as follows. It is always an animal mascot over anything else, so animal over human, and then it's big cat over little cat.
Love that.
And it's cats overall, right? Because it's the family cat. So I started filling out this bracket And I got stuck really fast. First and foremost, there are some of these teams, I don't even know what the mascot is. Did you know what the Sienna, what they are?
Oh, I'm so bad at this. Absolutely not. I couldn't point to them on a map.
They're the Saints, the Sienna Saints, okay? So you've got the Sienna Saints going up against the Duke Blue Devils. Mark Chimura, who's on my show, refused to pick the Blue Devils over the Saints. He's a very religious man, and he was like, you got to go with the Saints. I said, that's a 16-1 matchup there, Chew. He goes, doesn't matter. Saints all the way.
Good for him being, stuck to his conviction, because in that one, little devil on your shoulder, little saint on the other. I'm like, yeah, Blue, I'm sticking with you.
Exactly. I think Duke is going to be in the Final Four. Meanwhile, McNeese State, who I believe is playing today as well. Did we have them on our list of teams that are playing today?
They are on at 2:15 today.
Do you have any idea what their mascot is?
Oh, it's not. That's the team that has the manager that walks out with the big speaker on the NIL deal.
Okay.
That's all I know about them.
He's not the mascot.
No, he might be, but McNeese State. Let me think. They sound like they are some type of bulldog.
They're the Cowboys.
Not even. I didn't
This is what I'm
even get
saying.
the species right.
So, in order for me to even play along and do the cat bracket, I first had to know what the mascot was for some of these teams, which I don't. So then I'm over here feverishly Googling, like, what is the mascot for McNeese State? Anyway, long story short, I wouldn't go with the cat methodology this year.
And you said in there, I started thinking, because the way my brain works, you were like big cats over little cats, and I was like, who
is a little cat?
But what school would be like, yeah, we're the Persians, like those little what is those bald cats? Like, oh, it's gonna be that kind of mascot.
Siamese cat.
Yeah,
those
maybe
types
you
of
get
things.
like the Nittany Lions against I think bobcats are kind of small, but
right?
That'd be it.
But I mean, like Razorback, you got a Razorback in here. If a Razorback were going up against a cat,
oof.
I don't know. I might go with a Razorback.
I think so too. I think those things
again,
are mean.
That's a conflict of interest because we do think that they'll be playing Wisconsin in the second round if Wisconsin can take care of High Point today.
So you mentioned earlier, and I know we're going to get to John Kuhn here in a second. You mentioned earlier just like trends and things you see. Arkansas might have the best player in the country. Their point guard, he's not very big. Acuff is incredible to watch. This might be my Badger bias. I have no worries about a gray guard coach team going against a freshman guard. I just look at that and I'm just like, defensively, this is what Wisconsin does.
Fundamentally sound. They'll figure out a way to
and just
exploit
frustrate
it.
the hell out of him. If he was a junior with his skill set, yeah, I'd probably pick him. But to see that defense for the first time, if we all get there, maybe I'm just Wisconsin, blinded. I have no worries about that.
Wisconsin's got to get through High Point today, as you mentioned. The television over my shoulder has the Nebraska-Troy game on. That's a 4-13 matchup. Nebraska has pulled away in that one 32-19 with about 4 minutes left in the first half.
We're
so
up
those
to
lines,
live minus 16 and a half.
Those lines have changed significantly since we started this segment. And it's why it is always good to, on your phone, on your laptop, whatever you are using to second screen today, having the Potawatomi Sportsbook app up there. Come down to Potawatomi, place some bets. You can be watching the games. You can zip over to a kiosk. They make it so easy to do. And, they're helpful, right? The folks at the counter are super helpful. If you're sitting there going, I don't know, they'll walk you through it. They're great, a huge asset to the Potawatomi Sportsbook. We're going to take a break here from the Potawatomi Sportsbook studio. We've got John Kuhn. I can see him in that door hanging out. He's going to come in here and talk a little hoops with us right after this. Stick around. Welcome back to Tournament Time. We've been joined by John Kuhn, who is apparently the face of the Potawatomi Sportsbook. What a distinction of all of the things you've accomplished in your career.
Yeah.
That's got to rank right up there,
It's
John.
probably the best. I mean, they take good care of me too.
Well, and you were saying you walked in here. It's a vibe in the
Yeah.
Sportsbook right now. Lots of red, lots of white, lots of people getting excited for the Wisconsin High Point game. But I'm looking over my shoulder here at the Nebraska-Troy game. Are people in there cheering for Nebraska? Are they rooting for Troy, the underdog? What was your sense?
Well, we're in a sports book, so I think they're rooting for the under in the first half right now. From the way I could take it, every time a 3 got hit, it was, oh no, we can't do this. So you never know what somebody is rooting for in a sports book because it could literally be anything.
That's a very good point. We have watched the line change dramatically from when we spoke earlier. Now it's up to 18.5.
Yeah.
So the book does think that Nebraska is going to continue pouring on with the 13-point lead that they have right now in the final moments of the first half. All right, we love March Madness. You're obviously a football guy, but a sports guy.
Yeah.
What do you love about this time of year? What is it that gets you excited to be here at the Potawatomi Sportsbook?
Well, my favorite thing about March Madness specifically is, when you watch basketball, this tournament is it. It is one or done. You got to win or you go home. And that type of heightened sense of urgency gets relayed by the way that the players are out there on the court. It's just, you feel it with every breath that you take, how important every shot is. And everybody's got a bracket that gets busted too. Everybody plays their part in this. It's much like the squares at the Super Bowl, except now you actually make your picks versus just randomly drawing a box.
When you're watching games and things like this, because your story to the NFL, obviously you started at a smaller college. I think every quarterback you played with, you turned into a Hall of Famer. Do you relate to some of these stories that you'll see when you see some of these kids from Miami of Ohio kind of coming out of nowhere, having an undefeated season and things like that?
Yeah, I mean, I love rooting for the underdog, and that's what this thing is all about. And for years, you had a Gonzaga that you could root for and a Butler that you could root for. Well, they kind of made it status quo to be good, right?
Yeah.
So who's going to be that next kind of under the radar, no-name team turn into a big-name team? Well, I guess being in Wisconsin, we hope it's not High Point.
Excellent point. We are definitely not rooting for High Point today. We've been looking at the bracket. Is there a matchup from today that you've been eyeing, whether that's from a betting standpoint, whether it's from a matchup standpoint, where you think people might be surprised by the outcome? What are some things that have caught your eye today?
Well, I think just specifically the Wisconsin game, you can't walk through this sports book and not, I mean, it was 8 o'clock this morning. We were about to do our show downstairs, and people were already showing up, getting their seats ready for Wisconsin. This is a big-time game, and people believe in Wisconsin this year. Greg Gard gave them a reason to actually think that they could make a deep run. I think they have the toughest region of a bracket when you see past High Point, who they might potentially have to go through. But this is the game that you have to win because it's High Point, and you should win. I'm looking at that one today, and I can't wait to get out there and feel that energy. What is it, like 20 minutes away?
Yeah, just about. It's 12:30 now. Tip is set for 12:50, and there won't be any delays in that one because they're out west, so it's like 10:50 local. So that's the first one in that gym, which I think everyone is just looking forward to.
We've got the TCU game, TCU Ohio State game. TCU has now made a run, 41-28 the score in that one as we start. And that's what we were saying. You can find some value, right? If you jump on and you say like, oh, I think Ohio State's going to respond here. Like, maybe that's an opportunity with the live betting here at Potawatomi. It's plus 440 if you've watched Ohio State, if you think that they're a team that can make a second half run, if you think that they're a better second half adjustments team. You look at that plus 440 and go, I don't know, Ohio State, you might be worth a little coin. That's what a lot of people are doing here at the Sportsbook today.
If you spend time at the Sportsbook, you will notice there are moments that people go racing to the kiosk.
Because they sense a run, right? Whether it's a couple threes or
it's exactly what it is. They feel another team got hot, put a couple shots up there, the odds are in their favor to now go hop on the other team, the team that just had a little bit of a lull. And you see that happening. Not being the most versed bettor myself, sometimes you just got to follow the crowd. You just got to see what they're doing. Hey, what are we getting on? What are we hopping on?
I'll have what he's having.
Right. It's not going to be a follower, but in this case, maybe it is, right? If a lot of people are running over to the betting kiosks, maybe you jump on board.
Hey, I do that with a lot of things. People smarter than me study all this stuff. You give me advice there, guess what?
Yeah, you go.
I'm probably going to run with it. John, other than wings, what is the best food to watch March Madness all day on a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or
here
Sunday?
It's got to be the fullback platter. and if you have not had one, you need to have one down here at Potawatomi. It's got cheesesteak sliders, cheese curds, fried mushrooms, jalapeno poppers, and chicken tenders.
Sounds fantastic.
It's a
Great.
banger.
Cheesesteak sliders, yeah, count me in.
It's a vibe, just
All
like the
day.
sports
Just
book.
me sort of putting 2 and 2 together, maybe connecting the dots. The fullback platter is obviously in honor of.
It was an inspiration of mine.
Yeah, I thought so.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Didn't, and you carry the distinction, I feel like, of being one of the most notable fullbacks. It's not a position that you're seeing a lot on the field now. I think like maybe when you think fullback, a lot of people in Wisconsin will think you, and it's unlikely that there are going to be other guys who take that spot.
Well, we can hope and we can dream that the fullback will make a comeback in the NFL. And if I'm going to do my best pitch to the NFL, please bring it back. We missed the run game, the power run game. But there are still some really great fullbacks out there. Alec Ingold, actually, from Bayport in Green Bay, he's a phenomenal fullback in the NFL right now. Patrick Ricard, obviously Juszczyk out in Santa Clara. So there are still some great fullbacks, but if you don't have a great one, a lot of times you don't have one at all.
I like how he says Santa Clara because he's like, that's where they play.
That's where they
okay?
play.
But then you have
That's
to
how
call
we
the
should
Packers
start.
Ashwaubenon.
Well, I mean, no. Okay, so Ashwaubenon,
Break this down for
Ashwaubenon
us.
is across the street from Ridge. They are technically still Green Bay on the east side of Ridge. It's very confusing.
And for all of your Green Bay map logistics,
Yes.
go to John Kuhn. One more thing before we move on here. We've talked about when you're filling out your bracket, and most people have already got theirs filled out by the time these first games tip. But I always look at the trends, and we talked about it. 5-12, what were we saying earlier? The 10-7, 6-11, all of that stuff. There have been more upsets in those matchups in recent years. But then we also talk about the NIL, the transfer portal, and how that affects these mid-major teams or these lower-seeded teams and their ability to make a run, to be a Cinderella squad. When you're filling out your bracket, do you give any consideration to that, or is it more vibes only?
I filled out the boringest bracket in the history
Chalk.
of Kuhn brackets. It was like chalk almost everywhere. I think I do have all 4 number ones making the
Sure,
Final Four.
yeah.
We've seen it happen in recent years where chalk is walking more than what it had in the past. But I didn't even get creative with the 5-12 games. Like, I had a hard time trying to buy into one of those upsets. And history tells you there's going to be at least one, if not 2, in the 5-12 games, in the 6-11 games. So I was really boring this year. To that note, I mean, it's really hard to pick because aside from the top 4 to 8 teams in this tournament, anybody can go out there and beat anybody.
Sure.
Do you have a team you root against?
Ooh.
Just all, like, no matter, like a... So, like, I went to Wisconsin, so
generally
Ohio
it's Duke.
State losing?
Okay, that's it, and I
Beautiful.
understand it. Generally, it's Duke, and it had been that traditionally, and then especially going back to the national
2015,
championship game. But Boozer is hard to root against. That kid is unbelievable.
awesome.
He's a fun player to watch. He's all about basketball. It's not about this on the back of the jersey. It's about this on front with him. So I respect his game, and I gotta give a couple applause for him.
And Tony, you talked earlier about some of the stories. If you haven't checked out the story of the Boozer boys, obviously very famous father, everybody knows, but like there's an incredible story, a health situation with the family, and then the boys, the younger ones, being born essentially to be donors for their older brother. It's unbelievable. And if you don't already root for, to your point, Duke and the Boozers, that story will make you
It'll make
want
you root
them
for them.
to win.
The last couple of years, I've had to root for Duke. We had Jalen
I've
Johnson
had
there
to
from
root for
Milwaukee
Duke.
area. We have Con Knipple there last year, and now we have. I'm glad you said that because I love watching him play.
He's a great player.
How has Duke become likable? I don't like this.
Yeah.
we gotta stop that.
Well, Coach K left. That started it. So
Honestly, that might
okay.
be it. Like, it just became like an open door to maybe we just won't hate them as much.
So let's look at these 5-12 matchups because they are relevant to our needs and desires as well. St. John's versus Northern Iowa. I got to go St. John's there,
Yeah,
right? So to your
absolutely.
point, that's the 5 seed over the 12
It's hard to
seed.
pick.
No, here's the thing. AJ Green of the Milwaukee Bucks played for Northern Iowa. That's how you end up picking the Panthers. I know that one. We talked about this earlier. I'm
They're
just
a
kidding.
cat.
That would be a bad pick
They're
if
a
you
cat.
picked
That's what I'm
Northern Iowa
saying.
over.
You take that cat in the cat bracket and you're really screwed,
But
Tony.
St. John's is what? What is their
The Red
mascot?
Storm.
Cats are afraid of storms. I don't know. There could be a whole science to this.
The whole science. Yeah, it sounds like we're using science to make picks now. A 5-12 matchup in the Midwest region is Texas Tech versus Akron. I can't bring myself to select Akron over Texas Tech.
It's a hard one this year.
So I guess I got to go with McNeese over Vanderbilt. at least their records are similar, 26-8, 28-5.
That's the one I considered because I feel like Vandy was playing with a little bit of home cooking down there in Nashville for the SEC championship, and that's why they looked as good as they did. Maybe they have a little step back. So that's the one that I considered. With that being said, they still look damn good in the SEC tournament. It's hard to go with anybody.
And of course,
I'm definitely not going against Wisconsin.
You, that's what I was going to say.
No, none of the 12s this year. Boring.
So we picked all 5s, which makes a lot of sense. John Kuhn, you're going to be here all day hanging out with the folks in the Sportsbook. You're going to be hanging on the mic as well. Some of the specials that they have going on in the Sportsbook, you mentioned the fullback platter. Make sure you enjoy that. They've also got this Bud Light special that we have here in front of us. That's a bucket of Bud, $20. Share it with your pals, or you know what? Don't. Keep it to yourself, whatever. It's a party. We're having a party here. They got Pop-A-Shot downstairs, and they have 100 ounces of beer in a tube. Have you seen the beer tubes? They're all over the commercials. I'm sure there's some people down there who are enjoying the beer tubes now.
There are.
You can get 10 to 12 beers in the beer tubes, all right? Depending on how thirsty you are. 10 to 12 beers, and you're going to get $10 off today down there in the Sportsbook, down there at the Sportsbook bar. So make sure that while you're here, you don't go thirsty. Make sure you get in on the specials that they have at the Sportsbook as well. We're going to take a break here as we continue talking all things basketball, all things tournament, all things Sportsbook. He's Tony Cartagena. This is John Kuhn. I'm Jen Lada. We'll be back right after this.
Welcome back in. It's Tournament Talk here on the Potawatomi Sportsbook YouTube channel. I'm Tony Cartagena, executive producer and co-host of Thanalysis with Thanalysis Antetokounmpo. You can find us all over social media at Thanalysis Show, all over YouTube at Thanalysis Show there as well. We have a great event coming up in the city of Milwaukee. It is Thanalysis Live next week, Friday night, March 27th, and it is presented by our good friends here at the Potawatomi Sportsbook. And we are bringing the Nature Boy Ric Flair to Milwaukee. Going to be an epic night, conversation, entertainment, fun. We just announced this morning that Pat Murphy and Jacob Mizorowski of our Milwaukee Brewers are also going to be in attendance and be part of the festivities that night. We cannot wait for Thanalysis Live 2026. This is now the 4th live show we've done as part of Thanalysis. The 4th. And you know who's been at all of them? Giannis. He is the most supportive brother. All that entire family, they support everything that each and all of them do. It's so much fun working with them. So I want you all to experience this with us. So make sure to get to the Riverside Theater. In order to get to the Riverside Theater, you got to go to taliveshow.com. That is taliveshow.com. And get your tickets today. taliveshow.com. It's Thanalysis. It's Pat Murphy. It's Jacob Mizorowski. It's the Nature Boy Ric Flair. Going to be an epic, epic night at the Riverside Theater. We are here today because it's tournament time. You can hear the noise in the background. On each side of me right here, I got Troy, Nebraska. I got Ohio State, TCU. Ohio State is putting on a comeback, by the way. Want to bring up the live bet here at the Potawatomi Sportsbook for that one because you definitely want to probably capitalize on some of that action where it is right now Ohio State +4. Ohio State +4. I think it got to as high as +9 in the first half when Ohio State was down, but now they're making a comeback. It's 46-40 in that ball game. And Troy, Nebraska on the other side just learned here at the Potawatomi Sportsbook, and I don't want to steal Jen's thunder because she's going to use this one later, but I just learned that Nebraska is the only power conference team to never, ever win an NCAA tournament game. They've even been as high as a 3 and a 4 seed and got bounced in the first round. So Nebraska up on Troy, looking for their first ever NCAA tournament victory. That'd be a cool storyline. And then other games getting underway. We got Wisconsin tipping off here in 3 minutes. So I will be pretty much worthless once that game starts. Wyatt, our executive producer behind the scenes, we're going to have to find whatever TV we're going to put probably Nebraska-Troy. That seems like a blowout. We'll throw Wisconsin on that screen over there as Ohio State, TCU is on this one. This is so much fun. It's tournament time. That is what this time of year is all about. You got 200, 300, 400, 500 people downstairs right now. Not at work because they're here enjoying tournament talk. They're enjoying watching games at Potawatomi Sportsbook. It's an incredible venue. It is just a vibe, as John Kuhn said, when he was on with us earlier today. All right, one of the coolest things for me, as someone who grew up in the state of Wisconsin, played ball in Wisconsin, is looking at the current athletes in the NCAA tournament who are participating in this year's tournament. So just going down the list of Wisconsin high school athletes, this is just on the boys' side. The girls' side is well represented as well. Amari Allen from Ashwaubenon, he's playing for the 4-seed Alabama. Not all these players are playing this year. Some of them are freshmen. Some of them took redshirt years. Some of them still working to crack the rotation. Jamarion Bateman, Milwaukee Academy of Science, who actually got to call a couple of his high school games. Leon Bond III from Tosa East is at Northern Iowa. And as you go down the list, the non-Badger players, North Dakota State represented with Noah Feddersen from Menominee. North Dakota State, I believe, plays Michigan State in the first round today. Another kid down in Alabama, their head coach, Nate Oates, is from the Wisconsin area. Davion Hanna from Nicolet is playing for Alabama. The Ohio State game right now, we have Miles Hero, who is the younger brother of Tyler Hero, the star guard for the Miami Heat. He is redshirting this year. Northern Iowa, a couple Northern Iowa kids playing in the NCAA tournament. Will Hornseth from De Pere. And then as you look kind of down the list, Amari McCourtley is playing for St. Louis. Xavion Mitchell, who was Mr. Basketball in the state of Wisconsin, leads Ohio State this year, or Iowa State, excuse me. And one, I think, you see some big names as you look at the list. Seth Trimble from Menominee Falls. He's a senior at North Carolina. You don't see many seniors in college basketball these days, and you also don't see many from the state of Wisconsin end up at North Carolina and playing as well as he has. He was Mr. Basketball in Wisconsin in 2022. I don't want to forget anyone, so I might just rattle off some names here. Anthony Rise from Brookfield Central. He's at Iowa State. I mentioned Xavier Mitchell. Amari McCourty, he's at St. Louis. And then we also have Max Weisbahn, who's at Northern Iowa. The one name I didn't get to yet is because I wanted to wait. Milan Maklivovic is at Iowa State. He was a 3-time state champion and Mr. Basketball in the state of Wisconsin. I think he's scoring like 17 points per game for the Cyclones this year. He is an absolute star in college basketball and played his high school ball right here in Pewaukee, and that's Milan Miklimovic. And I just wanted to make sure that was pointed out because he's been a very, very good player for the Cyclones for a couple years now, and he is an emerging absolute star in college basketball. If you hear the cheers behind me, you know that Wisconsin High Point is underway. That is on TBS, that is on TBS. So if you're looking for that game, Wisconsin High Point is underway. Nick Boyd, Greg Gard, and the Badgers playing High Point. Then we also have TCU only up by 2 now to Ohio State, 8:40 left to go in that one. I'll be honest, I want to watch the first couple minutes of Wisconsin here, so I'm going to take a quick break. When I come back, I'm going to be joined by Steve Sparky Fifer, who will be the next guest here on Tournament Talk here at the Potawatomi Sportsbook. It's an amazing day that they have planned here. So we started off with Jen Lada. Somehow I got to follow her, which, that's a tough act to follow. John Kuhn joined us. One of us did not belong. That would have been me in that panel. But, whatever. We're still here. And now, throughout the rest of the day, we have a ton of local talent. John Kuhn will be back. Sparky Fife will be on. We have a list of just local talent who will be here at the Sportsbook all day. Greg Matzek, my guy over at WTMJ, will be on the ones and twos here as well. So it's an amazing, fun day here at the Potawatomi Sportsbook, and we want everyone to experience it with us. And while you're here, you see this bucket right here? Right here. You see this bucket? Wyatt, let's zoom in on this. You can carry it with one hand. It is 5 Bud Lights, $20 here at the Sportsbook. Just $20 for 5 ice-cold bottles of Bud Light. Make sure you get down here for that. As well as, I got to go figure out what this is. There's a beer tower, $10 off. Beer tower. I've been told there's 12 beers in it. I don't know how you want to watch the tournament today, but that might be an approach you should be interested in taking. The beer tower at the Potawatomi Sportsbook. Also, quick reminder before we get to break, make your reservations for Saturday now. There are limited reservations for Saturday and Sunday to watch all the games. Potawatomi.com/sportsbook. Make your reservations now. Look, Wisconsin's going to be playing on Saturday. You see this right here? Wisconsin will be playing on Saturday, and you need to watch it here at the Potawatomi Sportsbook. So make that reservation ASAP. I'm Tony Cartagena, executive producer of Thanalysis with Thanalysis Antetokounmpo. I'm going to take a quick break, and when I get back, I'll be joined by Steve Sparky Fifer, and we will, maybe talk a little Badgers and get things ready for the rest of the day here at the Potawatomi Sportsbook. For those who need to know, Wisconsin currently up 7-3. Let's keep it rolling on Wisconsin. We'll be right back.
Welcome back in Tournament Talk here at the Potawatomi Sportsbook. I'm Tony Cartagena, joined by, we're 4 wide now, a cast of characters here. Jen Lada, Steve Sparky Fifer, and Billy Schmidt with me as the games are underway. Wisconsin's up 15-9. I'm not doing play-by-play, it's just a score announcement there. But very rarely are we able to bring different, media talents, in air quotes here, for myself anyways, in the air quote, from different stations and different entities around the city. So very excited to be here for such a fun day. With the tournament going on behind us, you can hear the screams of the crowd as they're watching Ohio State make a massive comeback. Jen, you're the world's biggest Ohio State fan right now, because during the last break, you saw some numbers that might be intriguing to you.
Well, and that's the great thing about being at the sportsbook, right, guys? Because you can watch the numbers change as the action changes. And we saw, TCU was out to a big lead. And we saw numbers, if you wanted to take the Ohio State money line, plus 440 at one point. And I'm thinking to myself, halftime adjustments. I don't think Ohio State's dead yet. So I went out and put my last $5, because that's all I had because I have kids and they raid my wallet every chance they get. I took my last $5 and put it on Ohio State to win this game. And look, they're making a run. Now it's a 2-point game. We'll see how it shakes out. But that's the beauty of being at the sportsbook, man. You can see a number like that, and you can say, I think they've got it in them, and you can put your money where your mouth is.
Another beautiful thing about the sportsbook, this bucket of Bud Light right here is only $20 during the tournament, and also they make reservations. So get online, potawatomi.com/reservations, and book your spot Saturday and Sunday. Limited seating left available, so take care of that today. Wisconsin's going to play on Saturday, everyone. We can just book that now. Sparky, Billy, we were talking earlier in the show. Jen found a cat that picks brackets. That's super interesting. Before we get into a couple other storylines here, what's your method? What's the oddest way you've done it? Dartboards, rolling dice, whatever it is. How do you pick your brackets?
Drinking. I find.
That's the answer I've heard.
Wait,
Yeah.
you drink and then you thought,
Right,
it?
and just see what happens. Whatever comes out, you go that way. That's not the one I usually work with on the radio, but it can be fun. I don't know. I always think, I don't know if I have a weird way per se necessarily, but you have to have 2 really good guards. And I think you have to have a really good big. And if you've got that combination, you've got a chance to win the whole thing at the end of the day. And with Nolan Winter back for Wisconsin, they've got everything you need. It's just whether or not they can play enough defense consistently, Billy, to make this whole thing work.
Yeah, and you mentioned it. Guards are always going to be what caps off. But that to me is way too basketball centric for how I end up picking these games, because I want to channel like Teresa in sales, who goes out here and wins the entire bracket pool everywhere. Well, you mentioned the cat. I'm pretty sure I follow that cat on Instagram because my kid loves him. So we have that. We got the corgi that picks games. He calls himself Steph Furry. That's a good one that we can roll with. And frankly, we just roll with whatever the odds are going to be the best here at the Potawatomi Sportsbook for the parlay, and then build it out that way.
Fair enough. So drinking, parlays, some pets all mixed involved there. I love it. That's the best part of this time of year, where you can kind of just piece that thing together.
But I will say this, and I think I'm not unlike a lot of college basketball fans. I can't watch every game, every conference, all the action, right?
Thank you, Jen.
I watch a lot of Big East because of Marquette. I watch a lot of Big Ten because of Wisconsin. So I feel like I'm more versed, more knowledgeable about those teams. Is that a flawed methodology? Absolutely it is. Because I'll find myself being like, well, I watched that Ohio State-Wisconsin game. Dang, Ohio State. You know what I mean? And I'll let that sort of guide. But I assume that everybody else out there, save a few die-hard college basketball people, are similar. They're sort of leaning towards the leagues they know. They're sort of leaning towards the players they know. Heck, you just rattle off all of the Wisconsin ties that are in the tournament in the last segment. There are people who make picks solely based on that.
The state of Wisconsin is so well represented at Iowa State and Northern Iowa that there should be people that have them probably, or people that do have them going probably further than they deserve.
Well, I mean, I look at my bracket. I've got Iowa State going to the national championship game against
TJ.
Duke.
A lot of people like Iowa State.
TJ's my guy. I love TJ Otzelberger. Texted him, whatever. He's from here. He went to Thomas More. Local guy, done good. He's been around a long time. I've watched them play probably 4 or 5 times this year. And if you look at that part of the bracket, Alabama loses their second leading scorer, it looks like, for a while. Tennessee, not really sold on them. Virginia, slow pace, so obviously they can cause some problems. I really like Ohio State, but again, that's that local connection, right? I know the dude, so I'm going to roll with the dude and then see what happens at the end of the day, and then I go chalk on the champion Duke. Right?
Did you guys ever think you'd see this much talent from the state of Wisconsin, though? like top-end D1 high-level basketball talent. Like, it is just taking completely off in the last 10 years, where you mention it, you can rattle it all off through 10 or 12 teams that are represented with
How
it.
do you explain that, guys? I mean, yeah, you guys are really entrenched in this space. Is it the AAUs of the world, the club teams have really, gained some traction? And because that, we know we are in exclusivity space now, right? Kids aren't playing multiple sports. Kids are being forced at a very early age to specialize, figure out what they're good at. Is that what this is a product? Are people saying you're going to be a basketball player, and then they devote all of their resources to having them commit to basketball?
I think it's a lot of two. So I played not that long. It seems like a long ago, but not very long ago here in the state of Wisconsin. I played on the best high school programs in the state, and I'm on the best AAU team. We were sponsored by Devin Harris, who won all of them, right? Like, there was talent, and now I go and watch some of these high school games, and I'm like, I'm glad I'm not playing.
Yeah.
Like, guards my size, like you're 6'1", you're like a good size guard, just athletic freaks nowadays. And honestly, like, kids are just seeking opportunities to play, where like now you don't have teams that are every player on the team. Like we were on, you all have D1 offers, right? Now it's like you have one D1 kid who's getting all the reps and doing all this. And the more reps you can get, especially as you travel, just the better you're going to get. And I watch some of these kids, and I'm like, I don't want to defend that ever.
I mean, we could sit here and talk about basketball, but realistically, baseball is making a leap too. In Major League Baseball, all of a sudden you're seeing people from Wisconsin get drafted and playing in the pros that played in local schools around here too. I think a lot of it is the more times kids see people from their area on TV playing in the pros, they're like, well, if they can do it and they're from here, why can't I do it? And like we talked about, there's a bunch of dudes in the pro right now, Knipple being the latest one, who is just balling, and now you've got a lot of kids going, I want to be like him. I want to take my shot. But then it still comes down to what? How hard do you want to work? Do your parents have the funding or whatever it may be to help you get there? Because this is not a cheap trip when you're a parent anymore.
Billy, how do you square it? How do you square the specialization versus, because again, you have kids, so like you're in that space, or you're going to be eventually, this idea that if you're playing football, you're committed to football. If you're playing basketball, you're committed, because the schedule makes it very difficult to diversify.
Well, in Jen, I've never disliked anything more than the specialization of athletes, especially like you see it with the best football players all the time in colleges. How many of them played basketball or ran track? And like there's something to just the competitiveness, like not being the best athlete on a team teaches you a lot about yourself, and I think it's really, really important for kids. But like the understanding of other skills that you're going to have to learn. A defensive position in basketball is getting ready to play shortstop, right? So like the lack of that cross training, I think, is one of the reasons why kids get hurt all the time. But when we talk about it as well with the guys in the pros, Sparky, back when Tyler Hero over at my alma mater, Whitnell High School, made the old quote of, a lot of people don't make it out from where I'm from.
The mean streets.
The mean streets of 124th and Layton. Now, a lot of people didn't make it out to be like other than like CPAs or into like a paralegal or something. NBA was not something you were thinking of. And then now you see him, Tyrese, all over the state, guys are able to play. But there's so many different AAU programs. You mentioned Devon's. My brother-in-law played for Ray Allen's, and now Tyler's got one.
Halliburton, too.
Yeah, and Halliburton's got one. They're all flowing up to representation, and then still, though, I think it's the most competitive ones and the kids that want to get up and go, because we can tell them, hey, I'll drop you off at practice, but if they're not coming back and wanting to play after, then I don't think the development ends up taking off.
Specialization's interesting. Like if there was ever a sport, like I look back on, how things played out when I was playing basketball, I'm like, I wish I would have played soccer. I'd have been so much of a better defender on the perimeter.
Because of your footwork, right? Yeah.
In their off seasons, and every year it was like, come play soccer, and like resources were a challenge and things like that. So I was like, look, there's a basketball park here, that's what I do. But like if I would have been in a soccer program, and now when you see kids, you're like, yeah, you should really learn how to slide your feet the way they do.
The other thing too with football, and you could talk about this, Billy, the idea of a lot of these football guys want wrestlers. And even when you hear about Major League Baseball players getting drafted, they want wrestlers, they want hockey players, they want those tough guys. And even at the college level, they're looking at that. What did you do in high school? And, if you're elite, they're not going to care what else you did if you're really good. But when you start talking about those guys that are at the bottom of rosters and stuff and trying to figure out who you want and who you don't want, grades are similar, those extra things come into play, Jen.
So I am very fortunate, obviously. I work with Nick Saban on College GameDay. I was with Saban a few months ago for an event. And we were talking about my son, who's 17, and he knows that he plays football because they have talked about his season.
Your son is 17.
How old does that make you feel, Stevie?
Oh my God. We literally walked in. I said, "So how are your kids?" And I was thinking like 10, 11, whatever, 17.
You're in high school, Steve.
I'm done.
So Saban says to me, "What's Chase doing this season?" He said, "Is he running track?" I said, "No, he plays baseball. He plays the outfield." He said, "I'll tell you what, when I first started coaching," he said, "I always used to go to track practice for these guys because I knew they were fast as hell." He goes, "But I'd get them on the field and they couldn't track a ball for bleep." And he said, and that's when I started going to baseball games because I knew those outfielders could at least track the ball. And if they were going to play defensive back for me, they had to be able to track the ball. And so that idea of the best coach in college to ever, man the sidelines is still looking for football players who have other skills, other experience in these other sports. I think that's all I need to know about, the guidance that we'll give our kids.
I'm sure if we looked up the roster for Wisconsin and High Point here, and the little team bios, it would be also was a 2 or 3 sport athlete in high school, baseball, track.
I just always think of J.J. Watt, man. I mean, that kid obviously played basketball, he obviously played football, he played hockey, right? Think of that huge hulking dude on skates.
That's a scary thought.
Right.
That's a scary thought. Human beings aren't supposed to be made that big.
Dude, I ripped on J.J. Watt on Fox 6. I don't remember if it was you back in the city or whoever, when he was playing for Pewaukee. And I was like, man, he's continuously doesn't know how to high track a football. Like, he has no idea how to high point a football whatsoever when he's going up to make a catch, whatever else. And then years later, he comes.
He was a tight end.
Yes, right. Years later, he comes back as a Badger or whatever else, and he's at a game. And I was telling him that he was laughing. He's like, "I was meant to play defense, Sparky." I was like, "Yeah, it's probably true."
We could have seen that one from a little while away.
Yeah.
Right, but similarly, guys had to play both ways.
Totally.
You had to play defense, you had to play offense, rosters weren't big enough, and now you got coaches who are like, "You're going to specialize as my starting corner." Okay, that's not how it used to be, man.
Not at all. Well, and you bring up the Watt family. So I was fortunate enough, well, actually unfortunate enough, to grow up playing against TJ in the youth programs and then into high school.
Know how those matchups went.
Yeah, it's same deal. So he played tight end, and then I was thinking, his senior year, they're like, you know what we really need? A triple option quarterback. So why don't we put the best player over here, and you're going to learn how to be able to read defenses, learn everything from it. And I mean, that's just in the sport, but that's all from cross training, right? And that's all from allowing yourself and surrendering yourself to, one, try to get better, work at it, and I mean, it's a good thing to not be the best kid at everything.
I mean, think about it. Zach Bond, the linebacker for the Philadelphia Eagles, he was a quarterback at Brown Deer and tore it up at Brown Deer as a quarterback. Yeah, he was the guy. Nobody saw him being an NFL linebacker at that point because he was so good.
Football acumen, right?
Yeah.
To be a quarterback, to be able to read defenses, even if it's minimal at the high school level, that translates even if you're stepping on the other side of the line of scrimmage.
For sure.
You play differently if you understand what the other side of the ball is trying to do.
You're not dropping any fly balls of Nick Saban's in your outfield practice, though. Can you imagine that? All of a sudden turn around and he's sitting there and he's got a honey bun that Miss Terry packed for him in the lunch. There's no way you're not getting every single one of them fly balls.
The pressure is so immense, though.
Oh, God, I can't
You
imagine.
play in front of those coaches when you know they're there possibly to watch you. And that's why I'm in front of these microphones now. Because it's like, oh, that coach is here. Now I'm going to suck.
What happened?
Good luck.
Story. What happened? Did you get nervous? You butterflies?
Yeah, I think it was one of those things where there's so much opportunity out there, and I think that's what does it in a lot of people's heads. Where I remember one time there was a coach, I won't name him, but I think I fouled out him the first time.
What?
When I say sucked, like my feet were stuck in mud. I was playing defense with my arms the whole time. I was just like, yeah, I don't know. I know you're never gonna talk to me again.
At some point in
Fine.
the game, are you like, could you just leave?
Yep.
Could you just go? Clearly, this isn't gonna work out, and I need you out of the gym.
I don't know if it was the first half, but it was one of my worst performances. After the game, he was just like, I thought you were a little better of a defender than that. And my response to it was like, yep, so did I.
I mean, the vibe changes, though, in the gym when a guy like that walks in. I remember being at a JP Tokido game, and Roy Williams comes walking in and sits down, and the whole place is like, hey, that's Roy Williams. Hey, that's Roy Williams. And you know darn right well, every kid out there, even though they know he ain't there to see him, is going to try a little bit harder, do a little bit extra, and now the target's on your back because they know you potentially are going to North Carolina, so now everybody really is going to D up on you.
Because there are stories, guys, of players who I think Aaron Rodgers is probably the most famous one, right? When he was at Butte Community College, he was not being recruited, but I think the tight end or one of his skill players was, and then that guy saw Rodgers and was like, oh, we didn't know you could play, and then the rest is history. So that happens.
For sure.
I will tell you this, though. When you hear about James Franklin, who of course is at Virginia Tech now, but when he was at Penn State, dropping the helicopter Was that at Arrowhead?
I was on the sideline
You
that
can
day.
tell
Oh
me about
yeah.
that, because how did the vibe change when James Franklin's chopper was above?
Well, more importantly, everybody knew that it was coming around the end of the first quarter, so you wanted to get on defense, right? You wanted to be on defense when the chopper was landing. But once he strolls out on the sideline in just like the state sweater, doesn't say a word to anybody, the whole temperament changed. I think there were at least one or two borderline personal foul penalties because somebody was taking a good shot late. But there's a swagger that comes with it, and everybody knows who the best players are. Everybody knows where they are. And whoever's rushing against my man Garrett Sexton at the time, he's going to be a stud over at Penn State this year, when they're rushing against him, they were hoping that they were going to burn through on one of those swim moves and get around him.
Yeah, for sure. We've got a 1-point game here, TCU, Ohio State. 2 minutes left in the game. I don't know how it's going to shake out, guys, but this has gotten exciting, whereas early in the game it looked like TCU was going to run away with it.
How many upsets do y'all have? Do you have a lot? What's your biggest upset? Do you have a big upset in your bracket?
My biggest upset's currently down 15, which is nice. Pardon me, 25. Troy, that was awesome.
Oh.
Yeah, so that was a great start. That's a hot start.
Doubting Tim Floyd.
Again, I will explain my thought process here. Because Tony gave me a hard time because my bracket is only half filled out. He's like, what are you doing? You're going to fill it in later and act like you knew? No, I filled it out online on the ESPN app, and then I was trying to transfer the information to the hard copy, and then I got distracted.
That is the exact story
working.
I would go with. When you show up and you have all 16 teams on Monday, I would be like, hey, she said it on the air. This is what happened. We should reset here. Remember, buckets of Bud Light, just $20. Beer tubes, 12 beers in those things. You've put down a beer tube.
No, not at all.
Yeah,
Not
and I really
so.
appreciate you guys pushing those Bud Lights as far away as possible because I'm just outside of arm's
Well,
reach.
Louise did say that of all of us, you were the most likely one to go rogue and grab one, crack it open. So that was.
I don't think the FCC is
My
anything
man.
to do about a live stream, but
Yeah,
throwing
you're
that-
right.
throwing that
You're
out
right.
there. We got some live lines to update when we get back, and then we're gonna have a full cast of characters and talent in the studio throughout the day here. Sparky, Billy, I know you're going to take over here in a minute. We got Greg Matzek coming in later. A lot of recognizable names because the tournament is just a time for everyone to come together and have a great time, skip out on work. If you're watching this at your desk right now, what are you
Right.
Get down here.
Get down here. Call, do the fake sick note, whatever. Also, bosses don't really care that much today. Just come watch games all today, all weekend long.
Shout out to, is it the roofing company? There's a roofing company that bought out the entire VIP area.
Yep.
I said, what a great boss. What
Yes.
a way to build morale at your company. You know what? We're taking the day off. We're going down to the Potawatomi Sportsbook. We're going to watch basketball. We're going to eat some food from the buffet. Like,
Do we know their name? Do you know?
Only way that makes it better.
We're
We'll
gonna
find out.
shout them out
Yeah.
on the air. That is a good company.
That's right.
Yeah, Craig Karmazin, my man. Keep talking about culture all the time. I don't see us sitting up there.
Only way that makes it better is if payday comes up on Thursday instead of Friday. He goes, how about we get a cash advance in here, fellas? Let's have some fun.
Very good point.
No, it's all fun and games here. I think things like that are just awesome. So excited to see what Potawatomi has in store. There's Papa Shot downstairs. There's food specials. There's the full back platter that John Coon said you must order if you're at the Sportsbook today. And yeah, make a reservation. Wyatt, if you can throw the website and the QR code up there for people to make reservations for Saturday and Sunday. We can just have a great weekend of college hoops. Do we have the roofing company's name? Lehner Roofing.
Let's go, Lehner.
Applause for them.
Love it.
Love that for them and their employees. We'll be back. Potawatomi Sportsbook. This is Tournament Talk here on the Potawatomi Sportsbook's YouTube page.
Hey, it's Reid Magnum, my wife Chelsey Magnum. We do mornings on a couple country stations around Milwaukee. Northern half of Milwaukee, 92.5 Buzz Country. Southern half of Milwaukee, 92.1 VTY Country. Potawatomi asked us if we wanted to come to their first ever tournament time content day.
This is pretty cool, Reid.
Yeah, and we said absolutely. So, studio's incredible. Behind us is the Sportsbook. If you have never been here, I'm telling you, this is remarkable. We got the Badger game just off to our right, tied at 39, Chelsey, with 55 seconds left before the half. I don't love that. High Point is a team that can definitely score, so we'll be talking about that. I also asked if Billy Schmid, a buddy of mine, would come in for the last 15 minutes of the segment, so we're going to have Billy do that. Chelsey, tournament time is here. It is March Madness. We already saw the madness of TCU and Ohio State's ending, so it's pretty wild.
And it's a little wild. Behind us is the Sportsbook, and it's quite loud today and very busy. I saw a lot of Badger red going on in there, so that's awesome. Reid, let's transition into some questions I have for you.
Yes.
So you've been to Final Fours, you've been to Sportsbooks in Las Vegas. When we walked in today, like, how does it compare?
Top of the line. It's incredible. I had the chance. I went to UW-Madison. I got a chance to cover Wisconsin for their Final Four runs when they did the 2014-2015 back-to-back. They were incredible. If you can't be at the game, the Sportsbook here at Potawatomi is remarkable. Yes, I have gotten a chance to be in Vegas, putting $20 down on some of those games. This place is as good, if not better. It is brand new, state-of-the-art. It's absolutely sensational, Chelsey. So, yeah, this is amazing. 2,000 square foot video wall. And you are noticing it, Chelsey, like the crowd energy of the thing.
Yes.
People reacting in real time. Like, it's immersive. Like, it feels big.
Yes, it really does, Reid. What really impressed me was they have so many different places to sit, whether it's at a table, eating food, lounge chairs. Those were completely full today, as you can expect. So that really impressed me.
Yeah, they are opening up at 9 o'clock. They did that today. They're doing that tomorrow. They're doing that this weekend. We were talking with Haley, who set this thing up, and she's like, this is some of Potawatomi's biggest days. People love the tournament, and you don't have to flip through different channel surfing or do your 4 by, how I split the TV up into 4 little sides.
Yes, at home, I know what you're talking about.
I drive Chelsey nuts with it. You have all the major screens here. You have the VIP deck. You have the betting kiosks, which is so easy to do. Like, this place is built for sports fans. It's also built for people, if you don't know sports super well, though.
Yes.
Like, we've got the menu here. Chelsey's having a blast, like, experiencing all of this.
Yeah, Reid, I would add, you don't really watch the tournament here. You completely feel it.
Yeah.
It just feels like it surrounds you. There's such good smells with the food and the beer. I know you were super impressed with all the tap beer they had.
Oh, my gosh.
So that was impressive.
Yeah, they've got the $20 Bud Light bucket, which includes 5 bottles. That's an awesome deal. But my favorite is $10 off the 100-ounce beer tubes.
There were so many of those today that we saw, and I saw a couple green beers. Did you catch that?
Yeah, I did see that.
Okay.
St. Patty's Day is a week-long celebration, not just a day. And by the way, guys, the 100-ounce beer tube, the $10 off, that applies to all the tap beers. Chelsey, if you listen to us, I'm like I would consider myself a serious beer drinker, not a connoisseur.
Oh, Reid, don't be offensive now.
But they do it for all of them, and they've got some serious beers on tap. So it's absolutely amazing.
Mm-hmm. What makes you want to go to Potawatomi Sportsbook different than watching games at home or even your local bar, Reid?
Yeah, so again, it's going to be, as Chelsey said, the lounging there is amazing. I mean, I've been to plenty of bars to watch games. It's crowded. You don't always have a ton of room. Trying to find 2 seats together sometimes is not easy. When you come here, you have the 200+ seats. They have a VIP deck. And when you put even $20 on a game, it makes it more interesting. It just does. We had TCU Ohio State on right before we went on, and the crowd was going wild. And I was looking at the Badger game thinking, I don't know, it's a little before half. I don't know why people are going so nuts. They were going crazy for TCU and Ohio State.
I know. I caught on to that as well. So, Reid, you were talking about the betting, so let's go into that.
Mm-hmm.
So, for someone who's never placed a bet before, is it easy here?
It is. It's okay. So this is where I think a lot of times people come into a setting like this and it's big and it's exciting and you have people who have been here before and it can be a little intimidating.
Yes.
You should not be intimidated. In Vegas, it can be a little intimidating because some of those people, it's very, very serious. And if you walk up to the window, you don't exactly know what you're doing.
Right.
They actually could be a little bit tough for you. Here, that's not the case. They want to make this easy. You look at the wagers online so you can go in knowing where you sit.
Yeah.
You can grab a page if you want. And
Oh,
you
yeah,
can
they
go
had
through this, which
a
I
whole
did.
thing.
Yep, and you can highlight what you want to do. You place the bets on site. They've got all the different windows. Those people, super nice,
Yes.
not judgmental, easy to do. You print your ticket, you watch, and if you win, you collect, and it is that easy. So if you don't know what a money line is, if you don't know what the spread is, if you don't know some of these terms, not only will they teach you, but again, they make it so easy to do, and it really is not an intimidating thing. It's off to the side.
Yes.
I've been to a sports book where you have to walk up in front in order to do it, under the TVs, which is
sure.
weird.
Okay.
That's how it was in Vegas. Here it's off to the side,
Yeah.
which is brilliant because it keeps the crowd away.
Yes.
And you just don't feel like you're in front of everybody.
No, and something I noticed too is just the waiter and waitresses, they know what they're doing down there. They know when to bring the food, when not to bring the food. It's all about the game that's on, and it's just fully immersive in that way.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. And again, like the crowd is, you're living it with people.
Yeah.
You are living it.
Yes. So, Reid, let's talk about the menu, because we
Yes.
were looking at that before, and I'm all about the food. Reid's about the sports. I am about the sports. Huge Badger fan, Marquette fan, but when I come to something like this, it's for Reid, and I'm here for the food. So let's talk about the food.
Well, this is not going to be your average, just, a couple of things on the menu. They have your burgers.
Yes.
But they have the firecracker burger, the patty melt, which I saw somebody get out there.
Okay.
Chelsey is she's an appetizer gal, right? I think
am.
it's fair to say.
Yes.
Chelsey, cheese sticks, onion rings. You have the cheese, the Wisconsin cheese board. Let me make sure I
know,
label that
I
right. The
know.
Potawatomi
I'm all
pretzel.
about the cheese. Okay.
The food here is outstanding, and I think that's another reason when you said, why come here instead of a local bar could have some pizza and stuff.
Yeah.
This is a whole different animal.
But what really impressed me too was the all-day brunch, because I'm such a brunch fan. It's probably my favorite
I would agree.
thing. Okay, so Reid.
Or husband, wife. So,
Yes.
yeah, we know each other
Reid
well.
makes me brunch every weekend, and it's our favorite thing. But another thing that I saw, Reid, is the for the team section. So you can bring a bunch of people here, and you can get a bunch of stuff to share. And I love that. I also noticed the chicken wings. You're a big chicken wing
Yes.
person, but the food is super impressive.
Yeah, the food, the drinks, the whole thing, they do it right. They know what they're doing with this. And if you have not come down and experienced the sports book here at Potawatomi, it is beautiful. And I'll also say this, it's super clean.
Yes, that is a big thing for me.
There's a lot of people coming in and out of here, and the way they clean it up, the way they keep
Yeah.
people moving is it's really awesome. So that's the sports book. If you're not here, you're missing out. FOMO is a real thing.
It is.
And walking in here and experiencing it, it is the real deal. So I encourage people to come down. If you can't make it today, tomorrow, this weekend, what I love about the NCAA tournament is it is 3 weeks.
Right.
This isn't just a one-day. Super Bowl's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yep.
It's a one-day event, and then it's over.
Yeah.
This keeps on going, and you've got games going on into tonight, into tomorrow. So, yeah, you've got to stop over. And, again, 9 o'clock is when they're opening up. They're doing it early for all that stuff. So it's a great opportunity.
Reid, let's talk some sports.
Let's do a minute of sports,
'Kay.
and then I do want to get my buddy Billy in here. We'll chop it
Yes.
up here a little bit with him. The one thing I wanted to say, being in Milwaukee, is Marquette fans. I was looking at the VCU North Carolina spread. That's 550 tonight. I actually like North Carolina in that 2.5-point spread.
Okay.
Shaka Smart, great run with VCU in 2011. I just want to say to Marquette fans, I think the future is bright. Shaka is getting a little bit of negative because, missing the tournament and all that. Marquette fans are obviously a very proud group. I
Right.
think you're going to see him get into the transfer portal more during this offseason. He's a great culture builder. He knows, obviously, what it takes with his Final Four run, the only VCU Final Four run back in 2011 in their history. Marquette fans, a lot of Wisconsin fans getting attention today, deservedly so. But I did, before we go to break, just want to give those Marquette fans a shout to say,
There you
future's
go.
bright.
There
Okay?
you go, Reid. Yes.
Let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll get Billy on the other side. We're going to talk about what I think are some of the matchups here if you're coming to the sports book that you maybe want to put some dollars on. We're going to be able to do
Yeah.
that. We're going to talk Wisconsin here. First half thoughts on all of that. We're hanging out at the Potawatomi Sportsbook having a ton of fun. We're going to be right back. Welcome back, having fun at Potawatomi Sportsbook. She's Chelsey, I'm Reid. We are the husband-wife team doing morning shows on a couple country stations, 92.5 Buzz Country to the north, 92.1 VTY Country to the south. A friend of mine, a guy you guys know for Fox Sports Radio 920, does the morning show. You're going to be seeing him, I think, a lot on this YouTube channel today because everybody wants to bring in Billy Schmidt. Nobody wants to let Billy go too far. As soon as he walked in, I said, would you jump on to the last 15? We can chop it up a little bit with some sports talk here, and you obliged.
And I said, please, any opportunity to be on with Reid and Chelsey, I'm going to. Huge fan. You already know we've gotten opportunities to talk on Badgers football Sundays,
Yes.
and obviously a lot of Badgers basketball. This is also a good time, and I appreciate you guys allowing me to be on here, because this is like a nervous talk, right? 2-point game right now at High Point, Reid? What's happening
When
here?
I saw the slot that we got, I was like, this is going to be during the game, which, again, good and bad in the sense that you do get a little bit nervous. This is the thing. Do you, Chelsey, the 5-12 matchup is what this is. Wisconsin,
Yes,
a 5
yes.
seed, High Point
You were
Storm.
explaining that
They
to
always
me.
talk about the danger of that. And honestly, I know the stats back it up, but I've never really bought it.
Yep.
But dang, they love to stick Wisconsin as a 5 and go, you know what the upset could be. High Point scores a lot of points to their name, High Point.
Yep.
They're out of North Carolina.
We looked that up.
Yes.
We did. Yes.
I said, Chelsey, do you want to take, if I gave you 12 guesses?
I guessed Virginia.
She guessed East Coach, which is good.
Okay, well, you were a lot closer than me. I think I
Okay.
guessed Kansas first.
Yeah,
so
no, it's-
you're definitely in the better wheelhouse there,
But
Chelsea.
is High Point a directional school? Not. High is a,
That's a great point.
it's a preposition, I think.
Yeah, I don't believe so. I think it's one of those.
It's not a
yeah,
north-south,
it feels more
east-west.
like an adverb in this
Yes,
spot, right?
sure,
The point
sure,
is high. We're
sure.
pointing high. That would be more where we're going at. I like that.
This is what scares me about this. I was looking at the box score, and Wisconsin, unless anything's changed in the last couple minutes, they're not shooting terrible from 3.
Yeah, that's it.
So if I would have said, well, the 3, but no, they're shooting 43%, so they're 6 of 14. So that's good. High Point shooting 26%. I said, okay, well, let me look at turnovers. 3 turnovers to 2 turnovers. Wisconsin's only +1. Okay, you don't have that. Fast break points, pretty even. Fouls, High Point has more. So I can't point to a stat here and say, well, this is your problem.
What does the rebounding look like?
The rebounding?
And that's one where this was supposed. It felt like it was going to be a baked-in advantage for Wisconsin because the High Point's tallest guy, I think, in their regular lineup is like 6'6", 6'7", where the Badgers get Nolan Winter back. You think you're dominating on the glass.
You just said 6'7" for the kids at home.
Oh, there you go, Reid.
Rebounds +4 High Point, but it's +5 in the offensive.
Oh, that's huge.
So that's giving
huge.
him 6 additional field goal chances.
Yep.
Which obviously Wisconsin can't give up. This is my thing with the Badgers, and it's cliche, but it's cliche because it was true. When you shoot threes to this point in your game, I worry that as these tournament teams, you don't have a lot of time to prep for the team each week. If Wisconsin wins, they're going to play Saturday. But I do wonder if teams are realizing that, well, even if they make their threes, if we can settle the game into our speed, if we can have them take an early shot clock and we can wear them down in the second half, last 8 minutes, will Wisconsin, because running and gunning it does take energy.
Yeah, it does.
And that's where I do wonder if these teams, because when I see the percentage of where Wisconsin's at and they're still only up by 2, I got to give High Point credit, but I just, and if Wisconsin doesn't hit threes in the second half, I get very nervous.
Yeah, big time, big time. That's their whole game. And High Point came in as one of the teams that wants to shoot it from downtown. They want to get up and down. They want to run. And it's similar. It's getting into a game that High Point wants to be in. To back to your 5-12 conversation.
Yeah.
And Chelsey knew that was the big upset.
Absolutely.
Like one of the tough parts is that's like the slot they put the best mid-major teams. And
Yeah.
when you start almost capping where you can put certain teams because of the conference they play in, it's like, all right, well, this team's won 30 games.
That's a good point.
At some point, you win 30 times. You probably know how to figure some stuff out in games. That's just a difficult matchup. I think we saw it last night. Everybody wanted to just dunk all over
Right.
Miami of Ohio. Well, they haven't played anybody. Well, they do play games and they win them. So at some point, that means something, and that's a difficult thing to be able to knock out the belief in, right? Like, we're talking a different sport, Badger football. There was a point in time this year where it felt like the Badgers knew they'd be in a game and they'd find a way to lose it, right?
Yes.
Like they'd find a way.
Yes.
And once you, in November, find a way to win that game, you start to build in a little bit more confidence. High Point's found a way to win 30 times, and that's a whole lot of confidence you're going to have in whatever game it plays.
Well, and it's not to say Wisconsin doesn't take this game as seriously as High Point, but like from Miami, Ohio last night, didn't that look like it was their Final Four?
Yeah.
Not their first four.
Yeah,
The
biggest game
crowd
of the
was
year,
going
yeah.
bananas. They, first tournament win in however many years. They said that at the end. So, no, when you face these teams, it becomes interesting. The other thing I was telling Chelsey about, and this is, it's a weird point to make, and I don't want to have people misconstrue what I'm saying. The thing about the 5 that is interesting is, you play the 1 for the Sweet 16.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a 6, you play the 2, which would be Purdue on this side.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, Wisconsin is more comfortable with Purdue. You see Arizona in my center part here. I actually think they're going to win the whole thing, which I'm sorry, Badger fans. I do think Arizona's going to win the whole thing.
Oh, Reid, you're a smart guy.
Well, is that who you had?
That's exactly who I got
Because,
in there.
and that's the weird thing about the 5 slot is you said you're going to see this mid-major team that's going to have won 28-plus games, and then you face that 1 for the Sweet 16. It's weird to argue that 6 seed could be a little better.
Mm-hmm.
But, Arkansas with this guy Acuff, I don't know. And again, you got to beat any team that comes your way. You can't sit there and get too concerned about that
Totally.
stuff. But I don't know. The 5 seed, I was happy about because there's going to be a 7 or 8 for a long time for Wisconsin this season. But then you kind of see Arizona, so it's like, man alive, because if you'd have seen them in the Elite 8.
It would be a much different story, and then you
Yeah.
could really dig up those vibes from 2014, 2015, and beating them in the Elite 8 and feel a whole lot better. It's a difficult conundrum to put yourself in because the Badgers were good enough that nobody really wanted to play them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that there's a lot of teams that like seeing Wisconsin,
Right.
but they also weren't dominant enough through the regular season to earn one of those, top 16 spots, one of
Right.
the top 4 seeds, and be in that conversation the majority of the year. Like you said, 7 or 8 felt like where they were going to be destined for a while. It's a weird level of pressure, too, that I think it gets put on the Badgers. Because going into this game, I wasn't going to think there was going to be a way you were going to come out of this year saying, well, that's major disappointment. But you
Fair.
drop this game here to High Point.
Fair.
It'll be very difficult to look back at the 25-26 Badgers. And as much fun as Nick Boyd has been, and John Blackwell's been sensational, and they've given you all these great moments, it's going to be hard to look back at this year fondly.
This is the thing about being a Wisconsin basketball fan that we do get spoiled, and that is that I've always said making the tournament is bare minimum.
Right.
Round of 32 is disappointing if you lose. Sweet 16 is a good season.
Big time, yeah.
Elite 8 is special, Final Four is historic. And that's how I break that down. And that is where, no, you need to take care of business today. And I will say, if you can, and I don't get ahead of myself here with this 2-point game at halftime, but should you face Arkansas on Saturday, you need to win that game. And I think Greg Gard needs, and people have, I think he's been unfairly treated. I think he's been unfairly treated for the record. I got a chance as a student to cover Wisconsin at their back-to-back Final Fours, and I'm sitting there post-game locker room listening to Greg Gard talk to a reporter, and I'm like, okay, this guy is brilliant at basketball. But, you got to have those signature moments. We talk about this with football, right? And I do think that it's been a minute since we've seen that with Wisconsin basketball in the NCAA tournament, and I think that there's no shame in going down in the Sweet 16 to Arizona. I think we would all feel, I'd say, satisfied as Badger basketball fans. Arkansas, that game you got to win. It's 4-5, you got to win it.
And Reid, it's one of those deals for Greg where fair or unfair, the results matter. And these tournament results are always weighted differently. I wasn't good in school, that's why I'm in radio. But the final exam always matters more. Whether or not should be 30% of your grade, ultimately it kind of was.
I got through, and Chelsey knows this, I got through finance in college at the UW because of that last exam. I put everything I had into it.
Yep.
And the reason I had to do that was because I went down to cover the Final Four, bombed the midterm, and so I've lived it. But this is why we love sports, is because it does come down to what are the results.
Yep.
They're going to start the second half. They got John Blackwell on the screen right now. Okay, this guy put up 20 in the first half. Nick Boyd with 7. I was at the Iowa game. Chelsey and I went to that Iowa game. Where he's a little quiet. And Nick Boyd took over. If he can go left, he's almost unguardable. It's interesting in the sense that I like to see Blackwell with the 20. I would look at Nick Boyd. He's taken 6 field goal attempts, 3 for 6, 1 3-pointer. I think they got to get Nick Boyd going a little early in the second half, unless Blackwell's going to go for 40, which he has the capability of.
Which would be awesome. We will welcome that. If he wants to score 40, that's fine. We'll accept it.
I think Nick getting inside, and then it opens up the lane, and if Austin Rapp can do his thing, where's he at from 3? 1 for 4?
They got to be able to get inside, Reid. You're right. And one of the, as much as they're going to shoot threes, they want to shoot as many as they can. When they started having a lot of success in that Big Ten tournament, It was Boyd and Blackwell getting into the paint, get inside a little bit, be able to mix it up. But now the bigger thing is the confidence on the other side is rolling. Like, there was a possibility you could have done what Nebraska did to Troy earlier on and have them thinking 1, 2, 3 Cabo. Well, they're thinking 1, 2, 3 second round right now over that High Point side, and it's gonna be a battle here for the next 20.
They just had a High Point guy on the TV. He was almost mean mugging the camera. Like,
he's juiced.
He's juiced.
Yeah.
And this is where I think you need to just stem the tide. They just started the second half. And you have a good first offensive possession. I think the first, now they just turned it over.
Boy.
See,
Yeah,
it's going to turn into a layup.
exactly not the good first possession that you were looking for.
See, this is where I think you need to get to the under 16 with at least 7-8 point lead, and then maybe pull away a little more. But I do feel this way that Wisconsin has gotten themselves into some of these barn burner type games against competition that maybe they shouldn't have. They have found a way in their defense to work themselves through it. But the other part of this that matters, that was a brick off the side of the backboard by Blackwell. Wow. So we got a turnover by John Blackwell and a brick.
That looked like me shooting the ball off the side of the door frame.
Yeah,
That's a tough deal.
That was rough. The thing about it is, it matters in the tournament. If you use all your energy up against High Point, and then you got to take on Acuff on Saturday, that stuff's going to matter.
Yeah.
It's also I was hearing the Hall of Famer Matt LePay talk about it on the way in with Brian Butch, that it was a sleepy environment there early, not as many fans as you would have thought.
What are we getting the 12:50 tip-off for?
And once this game changes, once this game gets later and High Point's closer, every Arkansas fan that's in there, every Hofstra fan that's in there starts becoming a High Point fan, and that building starts tipping. Important couple of minutes here for the Badgers.
Wow. We do these notes, and he's like, here's what the show's going to be about, and we're going to talk some Arkansas and all those things. And when it was, 2-point game at halftime, I said, well, Chelsey, I don't know if we're going to get, because I don't want to look too far ahead.
Yep.
Right.
I say,
welcome to
up,
sports.
Buckle up, get ready. I think this is going to be,
First lead.
I think this very well could get down to, I don't think High Point will pull away. I think Wisconsin will either pull away or this thing will be nip and tuck all the way is what I think this is going to be. Can I ask you an off?
Let me hear it.
Nick Boyd's gotten called for a couple of these carries. Mm-hmm. He carries at every possession.
Correct. Yeah.
And
well, there's a ref show deal.
It's definitely interesting because he carried it when you were looking this way. He did a little, and I don't know how you call that.
Well, and it's a tough scene in basketball now.
That better not be 2 minutes late, in the game, and they call you're going to call it now.
It's kind of like a holding in football. You can call it just about every play if you really wanted to. And nobody ever holds. It's just that the defensive linemen move and their jerseys are so tight that it looks like they're holding. Chelsey, just remember that when you're watching football.
Yeah.
None of those big guys are ever holding.
They're never
it's
wrong.
that they're just lying and saying you're holding.
The only reason I bring the carry up is because he did it and they didn't call it. And now as I watch Nick Boyd, I get nervous because
never know at what time it's going to get called.
When are they going to, when do these refs want to do their thing? So, yeah. Let's buckle up. Chelsey and I are going to get some food. I think you're on the next segment.
It sounds like it. I don't know. I'm getting my mail delivered here anyway.
Yeah, you are here all the time, man. What an absolute blast. Fox Sports,
That's awesome.
920, 5 to 8.
5 to 8.
And we're doing mornings on 92.1 VTY Country, 92.5 Buzz Country. Thanks, Potawatomi, for having us. If you have not been here, get here. This is absolutely sensational.
Best.
Make it a whole weekend if you want, or come for a few hours, whatever easy. So next folks are coming up here on YouTube. This has been a lot of fun. Thanks, Billy.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Awesome.
Welcome to Potawatomi Sportsbook Weekly. Special edition today. Tournament edition.
Is there something going on today?
Yeah, there's some games, like 16 of them, that matter quite a bit.
I'm amazed that you two are not at your assigned posts and they allowed you to come up here and have fun on microphones.
I had to find 3 people to cover my one spot. Okay, I am a
That's
little
how important Austin is to this operation.
I try.
I just sit up in my office and play around with the computer, but Austin, he's boots on the ground. He was the one getting all these bets through.
He's got the record on Minesweeper. I don't know if you guys knew that. He plays it all the time.
Yes, actually. I don't give out my handle though for I don't want to get pestered, but. Come at me on Minesweeper.
I figured you just had the boss button up all day in the office today. If anybody walks by the old school March Madness website where they pop up a spreadsheet,
yeah. Well, it's a good excuse to keep my door closed.
That's fair.
Just pretend like I'm in a meeting, but really I'm, rooting for Ohio State to lose, that was awesome.
Great game. I
am, hand up Ohio State, a little bit of a hater. But my in-laws are big Michigan fans, so I feel like I'm obligated.
Well, you got a good reason to. Have you guys run out of pens and pencils to go through? Because as I'm doing some math right here, check mark in. You better watch out for this one.
400 pencils were ordered recently, so I think we're good on that. We have gone through about 200 pieces of paper already for odds sheets, and we're going to be going through a lot more.
Yeah.
So I had to stock up. I knew what was coming. A good manager prepares, right?
And you are a great one. So
I try.
don't not give yourself as much credit as possible.
This TCU Ohio State game though, that was a great game. And I'll tell you what, the game was coming down to the wire. We got like 2 minutes to go, 1-point game. And I get some guys coming up to the counter wanting to know why Wisconsin game's not on the audio. And listen,
I get it.
Right, it's first half of the Badger game, and at the time we're up like 6. 2 minutes left, 1-point game, and another March Madness game. Like, we're gonna do that. That's what we're gonna turn on. So we like to have what's on. Like, we have all the games on, but as far as audio goes, we're gonna go with the one that makes the most sense at that moment. Okay. Now the Badgers, I'm looking at it. We're up 6, second half. It's good. I'm not comfortable yet, but it's good.
Not at all. We kick ball call, and now they must be doing some feature on the High Point coach, because all we're looking at is her talking to her like 3-year-old kid. And God bless the kid. Like, I really do appreciate it. He looks like he's having zero fun. He's got a snack.
It's all about
he just threw the raisin at mom. Like, let's start worrying about the show. Let's start worrying about the game and not showing mom.
Calling plays. I like that.
Yeah.
She stood up and went to
that's true, yeah.
She calling out the defense.
She just gave the offensive set.
Yeah, that was incredible.
I'm glad you called out the Jabrozos upset about the audio. There's no better place to hear every bit of audio, whether it's the game broadcast or just the jubilation and angst. When that shot went up and went down for TCU, there was celebration out here. And our friend Jen Lada was heartbroken because she had Ohio State live line. So like, this is the yin and yang you get on March Madness.
And they were down 15 at halftime. I don't know when she bet it, but she probably got a good price.
I think it's plus 440. She said.
Yeah, that's a good price. I know they were plus 9 or 9.5 at halftime. So if you bet the spread, you cash that one. Troy, Nebraska. The line was 20. Nebraska, Troy hung around for a while, but Nebraska pretty much put them away in the second half.
Some genius on the on this live stream bet Troy money line. I don't know exactly who that guy was.
Is that right? Huh.
Yeah. That was
money line.
Money line.
What, 29-1?
Troy should have been 100 to 1. Why don't you guys give us a better number here instead?
Nebraska had being the key word here. Had never won a tournament game before, so.
Well, and everybody was saying that, but neither had Troy. Right, Why don't they get some respect? They deserve to win, Eric.
Look, when Troy speaks to you, Troy just speaks to you. Am I right?
It's true.
You can't back away from that.
No. I go Troy Alabama any day.
If you're going to take a shot, I mean, I think the money line was, around 25, 30 to 1, something like that. So, do you guys think any of the 1 seeds go down? Do you think we have a Baltimore County situation?
I'm seeing Siena up 12-10 early right now.
Yeah.
That spread was 28, and it closed at 28.5. Duke, I know they're playing without at least one of their normal guys today, maybe 2.
Well, and Jerry McNamara, former star of Syracuse, head coach at Siena.
Is that right? I didn't know that.
I mean, Syracuse still looking for a head coach.
Huh.
Magnum and company going to win this game. If Cuse doesn't hire him, there should be an investigation.
That'd be something else, I'll tell you what. I want to also put light as when you walk into our sportsbook on the right side, I don't know if you guys saw, there's a giant bracket that we filled out last night.
Yeah.
You got, I don't even know how large it is, but it's very large. And that took a little time to set up, and it's pretty awesome looking. So it's a good photo opportunity. If you want to maybe come down and get your photo in front of the huge bracket with all the games on there. We're updating it with every game ending as well. Just fun. Just fun filling out a bracket.
It sets the tone when you come down that escalator right there.
Yes.
And it just, boom, March Madness and the basketballs, it looks great. There's really, there's some debate, right, whether Super Bowl is a better experience or March Madness. I know you like the conference tournaments, but to me, this is like the best sporting day of the year, other than Masters Sunday, of course, but that's just me. But yeah, this is
Players
awesome.
Sunday was pretty dang good.
That was a great tournament. Cam Young with the longest drive in the history of the 18th hole at the Players on the 18th there to win it. Fitzpatrick kind of spit the bit a little bit, but yeah, Cam Young with stones coming down the stretch there.
We talked about Hideki Matsuyama as being one of those guys to win the Masters. I messed up on last week's Potawatomi Sportsbook Weekly and took him to bet the Players. So I'm going to blame that one on you, but we're going to get it all back coming up next month.
Yes, I'll take all golf-related, angst here, but we got the Masters right on the corner.
Right around the corner.
Yeah, I know. I'm sticking with my John Rahm pick.
And I'm all over jumping on that one, as well as Cam Smith.
Yeah.
As well as Cam Smith.
Cam Smith's my guy.
Morikawa was my guy, and he's dealing with some injury issues right now with his back. I don't know if I can really back him at this point.
Were some people trying to say that he was that he was being a little SAWFT with that one? Soft.
Yeah. Yes.
Soft.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, that's just. I don't know, man.
Is that Enzo Amore? There?
You better believe it, Austin. Come on now.
I don't ever like to assume that somebody's, playing it cautious, right? Like, as fans, we want to see them out there, but golfers and back injuries, man, you can't mess around with that. We've seen too many guys, multiple surgeries. Obviously Tiger's the most well-known one, but, Jack Nicklaus had several back surgeries. Lee Trevino had several back surgeries. Like, it's just, you don't want to mess around with it. So, I hope Colin comes back. I mean, you guys remember a couple Masters ago, he holed out that bunker shot on 18, and then Rory backed him right up.
Yes,
and hold out the bunker shot on 18.
Exact same thing. Almost.
That was awesome. So I'd love to see Colin play in the Masters if he can.
Sorry, big bucket.
All right, let's go.
Big bucket.
We'll bring it back to today's action here.
The freshman center.
You guys are talking about today
Still
and
a lot of time left.
how much fun today is. The best part about today, we get to do the exact same damn thing tomorrow. Yeah, that's the best part.
I was going to say, what point does that settle in? We were talking about it on the radio show today. Right around the dinner break is when I get to sit back and say, wow, we get 8 more games here, and then we get 16 more tomorrow. It's like when you're opening presents and then you break on Christmas morning for like a little bit of brunch, and then you know that you're going to go over to the other grandparents' house and you're going to open a bunch more presents. It's a great moment.
It's awesome, yeah. And from a sportsbook perspective, like we're busy. We're putting in some long hours. The team's putting in long hours, but it's fun. Like it goes fast.
Is this kind of why you get into it?
Why I get into
working in a sportsbook is for a day like today.
I mean, it's a fantastic job. Yeah. I mean, it's very fun. It's awesome that every day of work is not the same, right? Like what I'm doing today is going to be very different than what I'm doing next week or a month from now or 6 months from now. I get just different stuff going on throughout the year. But college basketball is special to me, and this tournament is just special to me. And seeing Wisconsin play right now, getting the full room in here, we're sold out. Like we sold out a while ago for all the space in here for today and tomorrow. Still have some reservations available Saturday if you're looking at coming in here. Sunday we're going to be open. We're no reservations. First come, first serve. See how that goes.
How many people hit you guys up being like, well, since you guys work there, you guys should be able to give me a spot. It shouldn't matter that I didn't get a reservation, right? How many people hit you guys up like last night?
Yeah, it happens. Or someone that books like a 2-person table and they're like, oh, I got 3 more friends coming. Can we move? I'm like, no, like we're sold out. I can't just pull up 3 more chairs at a small 2-person table.
Yeah, and you know what? Justin, our VP, we were walking around before the first tip. We counted 11 beer towers before first tip even happened. Like, way to show out, Milwaukee. That's incredible. The atmosphere is still going good right now with the Wisconsin game, and our guy Zach obviously couldn't make it today. He's incredibly busy, but him and his team are killing it down there. So.
Yeah, they're pouring a lot of beer towers down there.
Oh my gosh, yeah. And they're getting deleted quickly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
On the topic of Zach, he did give me a pick for tonight. He likes
right.
St. Louis plus 2.5 against Georgia. Okay. It's one of those 8-9 matchups. Seems to go either way.
Yeah.
Getting the 2.5 points for the Billikens. It's a strong play. I mean, St. Louis is a pretty solid team. Coming out of the A10, I believe it is.
Now, you said you had a couple of picks too that you like. The big reason why I like St. Louis is they brought the coach, I want to say, from Indiana State a couple of years ago. More importantly, he brought their prized possession.
Yeah.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, otherwise known as Larry Nerd. Robert Avila Goggles is an absolute menace on the floor. And if you haven't watched the Billikens, you're going to want to watch their big man.
Yeah.
Highest total of the night, I think I'm seeing in that game. So
they're expecting a lot of points.
Yeah.
Both these teams can put up 80, 85 points. Yeah. So 167.5 is the total. I wouldn't be surprised if that goes over at all. Yeah, a lot of good games tonight. You know, the last game's scheduled to tip off at 9:10, but we know how that goes. If a game's before it runs long, that one's going to start late. So, you know, we're going to have action in here until, you know, maybe close to midnight tonight, which is just fun. You got these 8 games in the early part of the day, 8 games tonight. What else did we have? Louisville and South Florida are playing right now yet. Duke and Siena are tied. Almost, Siena is up 3 now.
8 minutes in. Come on. Now the Badgers are back up 3.
Yeah.
The young man from Brookfield, Andrew Rohde, was going to have himself a moment, and luckily it comes in the NCAA tournament. Come on now,
He's only
Bucky.
averaging like 5 points a game, but it's not because he can't score. He just does such a good job with all the other parts of the game. Like, he's just one of those role players that whatever you need him to do, he can do. Because he played high school here in the area. And gosh, I mean, I know he averaged like 25 points a game in high school, so like he can score. But yeah, he had a 3-pointer earlier in the game. I guess another one now.
Well, you can tell he's just mad at himself right there. Just reached a little bit. The aggression for all of these guys in this tournament. You know you're going to have to play your best. Siena now up 6. Drop down another triple. Channeling their coach, Jerry McNamara, in the Big East tournament way back in the day for the Orange.
Oh, my gosh.
And, you know, as a UNLV guy, I would love nothing more than to see Duke go down here.
Coach Shire, coach of Duke.
That happened.
I was going to say, that's a long scab.
We don't forget. You know?
Yeah, John Shire, coach of Duke, another former player that, you know, now coaching there, but
They used to call him White Mike in the Chicago area.
Is that right? Was he a McDonald's All-American?
He was everything All-American.
Yeah.
If you ever hear the stories of John Shire in the neighborhoods down in Chicago, he was one of the most legendary high school players that was ever around. Pat Bev tells some great stories that he would show up to any gym, and certain people thought that, you know, the kid that was coming from one of the suburbs, that they were going to be able to out athleticism, and he would put people in their place pretty quickly.
You know, he's one of those guys I thought would have a decent pro career, the same way that you see guys with like J.J. Redick came out of Duke, you know, Mike Dunleavy, a couple other guys. Shire was a little shorter size, but I think he's found his calling. I mean, he was there with Coach K at Duke as an assistant coach for a while. He's
had a crazy eye injury where he actually like went blind in one eye when he was in camp in the NBA. Otherwise, it might have been a different career for him.
That's one thing I didn't know. So thank you. But yeah, I think he's found his calling with being a head coach.
Big time.
Leading Duke to a #1 seed this year and being the favorite to win the whole tournament. But they're down 6 to the Siena Saints right now.
Yeah.
So you never know in this tournament. That's the fun part. We've had no 16 seeds ever win a game for so many years, right? And then now 2 16 seeds have won a game in the last like 6 or 7 years. So you just never know. It could be another one today. McNeese State and Vanderbilt, North Dakota State, Michigan State, Hawaii, Arkansas. Those are the games that are finishing up this afternoon slate. Do you guys see anything in there that you like out of those games?
I really like VCU. I think Michigan is just going to roundhouse Howard after what they had happened to them in the Big Ten Tournament Championship go down. I think Michigan gets absolutely right. And BYU is one of the fascinating ones for me because I think they might have the best player in the tournament, one of the best players in the tournament. And last year, they were one of the biggest surprises of the tournament because nobody thought that they could play as well as they do. That being an old conference matchup, Texas obviously now in the SEC, BYU in the Big 12. Very, very fascinating game there.
Yeah. Go ahead.
A point spread that I didn't expect, right? I thought with, Texas coming out of the play-in game, I know they looked pretty decent there, but I kind of thought BYU would be a bigger favorite in this game. So maybe that, tells you something about how the punters, if you will, are viewing BYU right now.
Well, I know that BYU, they're with Richie Saunders.
Yes.
He's out. It's kind of really unfortunate.
Richie Colonel Saunders.
Yeah, he's a senior, and we don't know what we'll see from him going forward. But with him being out, they still have potentially #1 pick in the NBA draft next year. So they're very talented. But yeah, Texas plays tough. I know a lot of analysts are saying that Texas, that's a game Texas can win. Michigan, like you said, Michigan, 31.5-point favorite against Howard. I just think that's a game that Michigan's going to try to run on them as fast as possible and try to, they're just going to push the pace. And I don't think that Howard can defend the bucket at all. And
that's one of those where I don't know how many of these you see. That's like a first half number that I'd be interested in, right?
Yeah.
I imagine that one's closer probably to about like -20 or something, -18 or so. You're exactly right. I think they jump on them early and often.
This isn't like a Kevin from The Office type of deal, right? You give me 500 to 1 at anything, you take it. Like 31.5 points. I don't know. I'd lean towards taking those points. I think Michigan thinks they're going to win this game easily. But is that something that I'm running to the window to bet? Not necessarily.
There might be a lot more people that do after the Siena situation, though,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah,
I'm going to take
sure.
all those points after just watching that game.
I want to talk about the other Michigan team, Michigan State, -16.5 against North Dakota State. Michigan State went out early in the Big Ten tournament. North Dakota State, they went through and won their tournament. They're looking good right now. 16.5 for just the way Michigan State plays, like, they don't blow people out. They just don't. And it's not... I know North Dakota State is not exactly the competition they're used to playing. Like, they're used to playing a lot better teams, but...
Miracle 3 by High Point right there. That was incredible.
Well, and this kid's 4 of 8 from downtown, and that's exactly how you end up getting upset in the NCAA tournament. But the Badgers are answering with a couple of threes of their own and suddenly back up 8.
Up 8, under 8 minutes to go. It's a good spot to be in right now if you're a Wisconsin fan. North Dakota State plus 16.5 is one of my 2 favorite plays of the day. The other one I really like is Hawaii plus 15.5. I got it at 16.5, but very similar number. Very similar situation, right? It's a 13 versus a 4. Arkansas, I feel like everyone is on Arkansas. Everyone's like, if you fill in your brackets, you're picking Arkansas, no doubt. And then they run into Wisconsin potentially, right?
Yep.
I think Hawaii has something to say though. They went out in Vegas, won their conference tournament out there. I watched a couple of their games. They look pretty solid, play a lot of good team basketball. Another team that can run real fast and put up a lot of points. That total is 158.5, so expecting a high scoring game there as well. I think Hawaii stays within the number of 15.5. Something else too, that this year is the first year ever that all 1, 2, 3, and 4 seeds are double-digit point favorites. First time it's ever happened in NCAA tournament. So they're, odds makers are expecting a lot of blowouts here in these first 4 seeds, but these 3 and 4 seeds, I expect them to win. I expect Michigan State and Arkansas to come through, but to win by 17 points, I don't know.
Especially in an NCAA tournament game where that other side, this is the biggest game they're ever going to play in. Yeah. And, I think you hear it a lot more and you used to a lot in, the college football bowl games where it's, well, this is the last game he's going to play. Well, for a lot of these guys, it won't be. They'll go and play overseas. They'll be able to play professionally. But for a lot of mid-majors, it very much might be their last game.
Yeah, and, Austin talked about the momentum that a lot of these teams come in with, right, coming off of their conference tournaments. And I'm an underdog guy. If you watch the show at all, I'm always the one trying to lean in towards the dogs. But these point spreads are, I might even sprinkle a little bit on these plus money lines.
I
But,
really
you know,
am wishing I would have on Siena.
The 8-1s. Siena's a lot higher than that, and they
Up 8?
They're up 8 now. But yeah, I mean, you can really pick some spots here and find some really, really nice payouts.
Right now,
on these 13-4 matchups, and
Siena plus 650.
wow,
On the
Dukes
live
missed their
line.
last 10 shots.
I mean, that
Started
is
4
wild.
for 4, now they're 0 for 10 in the last 10.
Seems like a great time to get over here and either place some money on there or grab one of these buckets.
Yes.
That's
One
right.
of these buckets.
Yep.
$20.
Five Bud Lights for $20. We got that going on.
And they're really cold, too, by the way.
Tournament
they're really
days
cold.
throughout the tournament. Siena's up 10. Just keeps going. Look at that. Zooming in on that Bud Light.
That big
Is that
Wyatt.
refreshing or what?
It's crisp.
It's teasing me.
They sometimes say, what would you do for a Bud Light? Just about anything. Luckily, all I had to do now is reach over here. They started me over in that chair. Then I went over there.
Yeah.
You said, where do you want to sit? I said, right in front of the Bud Light, Austin. That's why you're my favorite.
That's right. Siena up 10. Just turned Duke over again. This is nuts. Did not expect to see Siena up 10 in the first half in this game.
Oh. Also,
McNeese State up 12-5 as well.
yeah. I'm
12
curious
seeds.
to know what you saw at the window this morning. Did you see these underdog tickets coming in, or are they riding the favorites, or what?
You know what we saw was a little of everything. To be honest with you, we had a lot of people parlaying some favorites on the money lines, trying to get those easy wins.
Yeah.
Nebraska. I'll tell you what, that was a game everyone was hammering Nebraska, so those tickets cashed.
And one idiot.
So were you.
I don't know who that guy was.
You know, you get a lot of action just on the first game of the day, right? TCU and Ohio State. You know, everyone wants to bet the first game. Like, you know, no one wants to sit that out. So good action on that. TCU won a close one there. If you had Ohio State on the spread, you got there. But yeah, TCU ends up winning the game.
Most importantly, are people doing what we tell them to every single week on Potawatomi Sportsbook Weekly of hitting the bet builder, bringing the QR codes, scanning them up? You guys be able to take cash and print out those tickets so much easier?
Sometimes, you know, football season, definitely. I think a lot more people on Sundays are coming in like that. Days like today, not as much, but also we have 94 kiosks throughout the building that, you know, if you don't want to do that, you can go up to a kiosk. And, you know, those suckers are busy this week, I'll tell you that.
That's for sure.
And if you're a first timer, it's fun to play around on a kiosk. Go in and put your bets in, see what your payout's going to be. You know, Austin's team is really great. If you don't quite maybe understand what you're betting, go up and see the team. They're fantastic. And, you know, come down here and have some fun. That's what it's all about. Like, this is the most fun day of the year, like we talked about. And don't be afraid. Don't be intimidated. You know, come down and have a little fun.
Well, we're going to be rounding, finishing up here in just a couple minutes, but I want to get Final Four picks from you guys before we go. Who are you taking out of each region, and who's your champion?
Well, I got Arizona winning it all. I don't like the fact that that the Badgers would have to play Arizona. If indeed they get past High Point, if indeed they can get past Arkansas, they'd have to take on Arizona in the Sweet 16. I got Arizona winning it all. I got Michigan State getting through that death region over there on that side. Florida making it to the national championship. And how about Iowa State finding their way finally to a Final Four with TJ Otzelberger?
Okay.
I don't have a bracket in front of me, so apologize, everyone. I'm going to have to go with Michigan here. I know I said it's a lot of points in this Howard game, but to me, the talent level is undeniable. So give me Michigan winning it all. You know, in the Final Four, I don't know. Michigan. Give me Michigan.
Michigan, more importantly. Looks like we got a absolute sharpshooter rolling in here. Steve Novak and Jen Lada going to be taking over here next.
Yeah.
That's Novak, legend from Marquette. Had some good years in the NBA as well.
Ask him about the Woodland Conference, though. Ask him about Brown Deer High School. See how that one rolls.
All right, we'll do that. I'll get my picks in real quick. I like Duke, even though they're down 8 in the first half right now. My pick was Duke to come out of that region. I really, really like Arizona. I think they're my pick to win it all this year. They're just a solid team all around, from point guard to the big men. You know, and I like Michigan as well. 3-1 seeds, here we are. I'm already picking 3-1 seeds, but I like them. I can't. What am I going to do? Yeah, and then but here's the thing. I like 7-seed Kentucky as well if Michigan can't get through.
Oh,
watch out for Kentucky, okay?
Yeah.
And then the other Duke's coming back. Oh no, that was Siena. Siena's up 11. Oh my gosh. And then the last region, Was it? This the one in Florida. I like Florida. It's another 1 seed. I know, boring, but I like Florida.
What a smart pick. A smart pick. They're too good.
for a reason.
Todd Golden
No
is
worries.
stalking those wins like on Instagram.
And then I got Arizona to be the champion.
All right.
All right. Great time. I hope you get your Bud Lights in.
Do you guys have to go back to? You guys got to go back to work.
Yeah.
I just get back to having some more of these.
Yeah, I had to kind of bribe some people to get me 30 minutes up here, get away from everything. But I got to get back now. Yeah, it's been great. Thanks for watching us on Potawatomi Sportsbook Weekly. We'll see you next time.
Yeah, we're back here for tournament time at the Potawatomi Sportsbook studio. And you recognize this guy, don't you? It's Steve Novak, sharpshooter for Marquette, time in the NBA, and of course enjoying March Madness just like y'all are. We're joining you now because we got a quick break in the Wisconsin High Point game. We've got it on televisions around us, and I can feel my adrenaline just like skyrocketing as we get closer and closer to that final buzzer. 72-70, the score of the Wisconsin High Point game. And you and I both jaw dropped, let out an audible sound when the High Point player hit that three from, I don't know, Sheboygan.
That's it, man. The three ball, we know what a weapon it is at this point. And the tournament is when, you know, the strong backcourts and the teams that can shoot it and they can get hot, all of a sudden it's like we thought we might have picked them in our bracket, but we didn't. And then all of a sudden it's a game because they're making some bombs, and now it gets a little bit tight. So we'll see. It comes down to shot making and taking care of the ball. And you were just watching that last possession and said, oh no, a breakdown. They're giving them an easy one.
Because he got behind him and it was open, and like you said, nobody standing between him and the basket. And you would have loved opportunities like that when you were playing, right?
I absolutely would have. But it's also just fun to see the way that the game has evolved and the way that, you know, all of these teams do understand at these moments, especially. During the season, it's important to shoot it, to play with pace, to score, to guard all the cliche things. But when it comes to tournament time, if you can have a game where you've proven all season long you have the ability, not every game, but the ability to get hot, to have guys that can spread the floor and make shots, you can be a High Point as a 12 seed, and you can be right there. And now we're going to see if they can make two more shots than Wisconsin. It's like we've got ourselves an upset.
Well, and we talked earlier in the day, everybody talks about the historic 5-12 matchup and how often the 12 beats the 5 and how it busts a lot of brackets early on. But you have been in these moments, right? There's 3 minutes left in this game in regulation, could go to overtime, of course. What is going through an elite athlete's mind in this moment, whether you're Wisconsin or you're High Point?
Yeah, I think you, in those moments, you know, as a fan, and now I've been able to experience that more as I've gotten older and been able to watch teams and watch my son and be in those pressure moments where, as a fan, it's like I feel like you're more nervous. Your blood is going, your heart rate is going more, because in practice, you've been in so many of these situations where the coaches have tested you, put you in last 4 minutes of a game down by 6 drills, last 2 minutes tie game drills, and all these different situations to try to get you ready for this moment. And obviously, this is it. This is the pinnacle of it. You're in the NCAA tournament, so you're still going to have the blood flowing. But I think because you've worked so hard to get to this point, it's like you're just diving into your teammates. You're so focused on everybody being on the same page, communicating with each other, getting whatever the coach just drew up or you want. It's not like I'm taking the shot, you're taking the shot. It comes down to execution and coming together to just try to get this done, because the mindset in these moments is win by 1 and survive.
Yes.
You realize if you're a 12 or a 5, it doesn't matter. Just find a way to win, and we'll figure out the next game.
Well, because everything gets magnified in this moment. I know that every point counts the same, but it's like we talk about in football. When you get down to the red zone, the windows get tighter. Everything gets a little more. And so when you talk about these moments, you were talking about manufacturing adversity in practice, right?
Yeah.
Coaches love to do that. How can we create adversity?
Baby,
God. So now we've got a 1-point game here as High Point has pulled within 1 of Wisconsin with just about 3 minutes left to play. How important is it, Steve, to have experienced tight games during the regular season, maybe during your conference tournament, so that this isn't new when it's win or go home?
It's pretty much everything, unless you're just extremely lucky. And you always hear great coaches and, you know, and champions, especially at the NBA level, talk about there's always got to be that degree of luck. Great follow right there for Wisconsin, putting them up by 3, 76-73. But I think, you know, really, if you put luck aside, the reason that the teams that keep doing it, that keep having success, the coaches that keep doing it, that keep having success, I think about a Tom Izzo. His teams, oh, baby, we got a tie game, another 3-ball. This is good.
This is crazy. The High Point fans are going nuts, obviously, as they're showing on the broadcast. You think we can get it on this television over here so I don't have to keep... I can see the excitement in Steve's eyes as he's watching
2 points, Wisconsin's
the
up.
But you're talking about a guy like Izzo who's been in the game for, you know, especially at Michigan State for almost 40 years, right? Like, there's institutional knowledge there. He's been in every experience, but these young men might not have been, right? So they might not have been in it's a 2-point game. We were the favorites coming in. We're a 5, you're a 12. There's under 2 minutes left to play. Like, I just keep going back to, how do you tell yourself that you're built for this, or that you've prepared yourself for this?
I think to me there's two very clear and different versions of you telling yourself that you're built for this. There's the in your subconscious you're lying to yourself because you haven't been through it. You say, I can make this shot, I should take this shot. Missed the 3 right there.
Okay.
And
That's one of those act like you've been there before, but I've never been there before.
Well, the saying, never underestimate a man who overestimates himself. There is value in believing in yourself and there being a confidence that bridges on arrogance. I think that does give you a tool in your tool belt. Sometimes it works. But the reality is the guys who have been through it, they have a calm because of their preparation. And I think that's what shows up with these.
With that bucket right there off the glass.
By 4.
Great move in the lane. There's a minute left to play in this game. It is a 4-point game, 2-possession game. I mean, the way that, and there it is. There's another 3 by High Point.
Unbelievable, Jen.
This is crazy. This is a crazy finish.
This is NCAA.
Under
March
a minute to
Madness.
play. Badgers trying to cling to, and here's the thing, we know this. You're going to work the clock now, right? Like you know what the possession is. You know how much time is left on the shot clock, how much time is left in the game. The way that High Point can score at will, quickly, definitely plays a role. If you're Wisconsin, how much are you playing keep away here? You're trying to run that shot clock down, right?
You're trying to run it down. I'm trying to pull up this box score and just see what this second half scoring looks like. 42-41 in the second half in favor of High Point. Wisconsin outscored them 41-39 in the first half. So, I mean, it's been this kind of game the whole way, and it's been amazing, I think, how few field goals have been missed by both teams in the last 4 minutes.
I saw 5 lead changes on the board shortly, and Wisconsin has been in the lead since then, so I think it's only 5 lead changes. But they did show that Wisconsin had a 10-point lead at one point in this game, which probably followed how a lot of people thought this game was going to go. But when we looked at High Point coming into it, Steve, it was that they could score very quickly, that they had those 3 shooters, that they were averaging 90 points per game and got to the free throw line 27 times per game. So this was a team that you knew that they could run and that Wisconsin was going to have to keep up with them. I said if this was an old school Wisconsin squad, I think High Point wins this game easily because Wisconsin was all about low possessions, right, and low scoring games and slowing you down and playing defense. But that hasn't been what we've seen from Wisconsin in the last year or so.
No, it's not. And this is an interesting game because you do have Wisconsin, it shows, leading 84% of this game. High Point leading 6% of the time, which I guess leaves 10% for the game that was tied. And so Wisconsin has dominated the lead. They've been the team in front, but obviously we know it just takes one executed possession, one 3-point make, one crazy winner for this to all swing. And I feel like High Point's going to give themselves a chance. They have it the way they've shot it.
The psychology of it, right? Let's go back to that because you've been on both sides of this when you've been expected to do great things to win games and when you've been the underdog, the upstart squad that surprises everybody. Which would you rather be in this instance?
In this instance, oh boy, what was that? Might have been out of bounds on. In this moment or before the game started?
In this moment right now. It's a 1-point game. I feel like the tide is shifted towards High Point, right?
100%.
You're not supposed to be in this game.
No.
I mean, in this game, yes, but you're not supposed to be in a 1-possession game with Wisconsin with under a minute to play.
No, I think coming into the game, you want to be Wisconsin. You are a team that's proven yourself. You've won in these moments before. Coach Gard has done a fantastic job of putting good offenses and defenses out there. You want to be that team versus the underdog, I think. But as soon as the underdog proves that they can keep up, you don't want to be the Wisconsin anymore. You want to be the High Point because the truth is you're expected to lose. You can shoot freely. You can take chances. You can throw the ball ahead and maybe turn it over. And if it goes wrong, you go, you were supposed to lose. But now you get to shoot it from damn near half court. And if it goes in, you get to be on AT&T commercials for the rest of your life with Bryce Drew.
I imagine when you watch the tournament, memories flood back to the magical run at Marquette. What is the thing that always pops first in you? When you think about that movie screen crossing past your eyes, what do you see first?
You know, that NCAA run to the Final Four, I think the first thing I see is that Kentucky game in the Elite Eight. And it was a team in Kentucky that hadn't lost with Keith Bogans and Gerald Finch and all these guys, you know, and Tubby Smith on the sidelines where, you know, we had proven a lot. We knew we were good, but D. Wade wasn't D. Wade yet. I wasn't, you know, an 11-year NBA vet yet. Travis hadn't been drafted. We were all hoping to prove that we were as good as we thought we could be, but none of it had really happened. Even D. Wade, I mean, he had 29, 11, and 11 in that Kentucky game. that was kind of when he became D. Wade. Now, his body of work was pretty strong before that, but I just mean that's the moment, that Kentucky game where they were, had won their last, whatever it was, 26 games, and we win in Minneapolis, and we're going to the Final Four. I was a freshman. I mean, I honestly, to be honest, looking back, like, it's a great question. It's one thing. At the time, it was something totally else because I was at Brown Deer High School a year ago.
Great.
And now I'm in Minneapolis, trying to beat Kentucky, and so it was one of those NCAA stories that I think you dream of. You never know if you're going to get put in that spot and be able to be good enough, but it was a special run that's, honestly, it bonds you. I'm close with all those guys now, still speak regularly with Coach Crean, and kind of shapes, I think, your life forward. We're actually sitting here today probably because of that Final Four run. Even though I'm an old guy, I was in the NCAA
You think
tournament.
that catapulted you to eventually play in the NBA, to then have all of the success that followed?
It all is a piece of it. I think, one thing I've come to realize as the years go by is all the work you put in, all the great people you're around, all the things you think you're doing differently than other people, or you are different than other people, all that does is really give you a chance. It's like it far from guarantees you anything. And so I think I'm grateful, that I was able to.
It's a big rebound there for Wisconsin. Gets the ball back, 39 seconds on the clock, 26 on the shot clock. Again, you got to be smart with this possession, right, Steve?
Yeah, it's about 10-second difference in the shot clock and the game clock. They get a stop. They're going to have 10 seconds to get a bucket down by 1 if you're High Point. It's all about the defense right now. Oh, man, this is good. This is good hoops, man.
Oh, I don't know if I love that shot.
Oh, boy, look at this.
Out in front.
Oh.
And now they took the lead. High Point has the lead, 83-82, 11 seconds left to play. This is an enormous possession. You're going to get a timeout, obviously. Wisconsin is absolutely going to want to draw something up as they theoretically take the last shot here of this game. Now, if you're High Point, how much pressure are you putting on them? What kind of defense are you playing? Because the last thing you want to do is throw them to the line in the bonus.
You want to do something that's going to be unpredictable at this point. Obviously, if you're Wisconsin, like you said, they're going to be the ones bringing the ball down full court. You can't advance it like you can in the NBA. You have 10 seconds to get the ball up and run something. You want to throw them out of whatever rhythm they are going to try to do. And so I think throwing a quick trap and then having a zone on the backside, trying to get a deflection, to be honest, is probably going to be your best bet, because in a half-court set, I think Wisconsin is at an advantage to execute. And if you're High Point, you want to stop them from being able to get into the half court before that happens.
This kid Johnson, who you saw just make the bucket, has 14 points on the day. He's 5 of 7 from the floor. 2 rebounds for him, but none bigger than that bucket right there that put High Point, the 12 seed, ahead of Wisconsin, the 5 seed, with 11 seconds left to play. He's wearing number 99, which struck me as odd. I don't know, have numbers gotten out of control in college basketball as well?
Yeah. No, you got to love it. I remember they used to say the referee only has 5 fingers.
Right,
You can't have a number
because it used to be,
above 5.
when you're calling
4,
the foul.
Here we go. This is what March Madness is about. We've got ourselves another one.
Now, is there any doubt who's going to take this shot for Wisconsin?
Oh, baby.
Out of there. Batted away. High Point has the ball. Wisconsin has to foul, stop the clock with 1.6 seconds left. And, that High Point student section absolutely has something to be excited about. The shock on the faces of the Wisconsin players right now. What is going through their mind, do you think, Steve?
Well, you can sense the pain. I think you work so hard to be a 5 seed in the NCAA tournament, which is a great spot. But like you talked about a minute ago, that's a dangerous seed, because it makes you the team that whoever you're going against is so empowered. And it really came down to High Point starting the game strong, making it a 2-point game at half. And because they believed, now you got yourself a battle in High Point. Jen, where's High Point?
They're in North Carolina, I'm pretty sure. Yeah,
everyone's about to find out.
Exactly. And look,
Yes.
We talk about this all the time. We talk about it in college football. We talk about it in softball. We talk about it in baseball. And we talk about it in basketball. The number of people who are Googling High Point right now and who are now aware of this university, aware of this program, is enormous. There is nothing better you can do for your university than to have this level of success.
True.
And it's just one win, but it's one that everybody is paying attention to right
Jen,
now.
One win. There's 2.1 seconds left. This is the NCAA
They just put some some time back on the clock,
Hold
though.
on now. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
We've
good.
seen some dramatic
That's a
things
very
happen.
good point by you. I shouldn't get ahead of myself.
Just-
You're right. I'm wearing this Wisconsin
I
hat
know.
today,
Take
trying
that
to
hat
get.
off. What do you?
Do you think I should take it off now, or
No,
should
no.
I got to ride with it now?
If I'm rocking my Marquette stuff and we're not in the NCAA tournament, you got to rock your Wisconsin gear.
First free throw, it's miss. It's a miss. So another timeout here as they try to figure out how they want to handle this situation. They did put time back on the clock. I thought it was at 1.6. Did they bump it all the way back to 2.1?
Yeah, and now obviously there was the rebound and no time came off, so I'm guessing now they're going to probably take a little bit of time off. But I'll be honest, call it around 2 seconds that they're going to give them. That is plenty of time for some situations where we were just talking about before, some of the situations that I'm sure Coach Gard, that this Wisconsin team, there you go, 1.8 seconds is going to be left. He's put these guys in many times. They've run, whatever they're going to run, they've seen this before. They've run it. They're going to throw it to one of the bigs who's going to flip it to a guard coming off the screen, and he's going to have a half a second to let that thing go. Christian Laettner style, perhaps, but this is what the NCAA tournament's about. And I'll be honest, if you're a Wisconsin fan, this isn't fun, but for me, as a basketball fan and obviously a Marquette guy,
Sure, of course.
this is kind of a blast.
Well, but I've said this all along. Like, even if you're not invested, I'm one of those people who just loves competition. I love a good game. I love something that gets my heart racing. And I don't have to be invested one way or another to enjoy a good matchup. We are being shown that Duke is down to Siena right now. Duke 32, Siena 43. That's at the half. We talk all the time about the 116 and how infrequent it is for a 16 to knock off a 1. Duke, I believe, I know you're pointing, I believe is in a lot of people's Final Fours. I think there will be a lot of brackets busted if that score holds in the second half.
You want to talk about some busted brackets? Yeah, Duke, Siena. I don't think anybody. Well, I'm sure someone
And I'm not
has
sure
seen.
there were a lot of people outside of High Point fans who would have picked High Point over Wisconsin. Just from what we saw from Wisconsin this year, the way that they were playing down the stretch. All right, here we go. It's the old heave-ho, the Hail Mary, and it is grabbed by High Point, and that's the game. Wisconsin has been knocked out of the tournament, losing to High Point 83-82. What a time to be here. The elation on the faces of the High Point players, the despair and frustration on the faces of the Badgers players. I mean, gotta be honest, this is why we love sports.
It's why we love sports, and it's such an interesting conversation because there's NIL now. There's guys getting paid a lot of money, and these boosters and these folks paying people to be on their teams, when they don't perform in these moments where you're thinking, I'm an alumni, I've given a little money to the NIL, I want to see these guys perform, and then they can't get it done. And look, this is just the first couple games. You know, we've seen it, Ohio State, TCU, now we're watching this. Duke is down, McNeese is up on Vanderbilt. It's just going to be an interesting NIL conversation when you go, some of the unpaid guys are better than the paid guys.
I think that's a really good point by you. We talked about it a little bit earlier this morning in that there's been this shift. The Cinderella teams were the Cinderella teams because they had hidden talent. They had guys who had not been plucked, who had not gone on to a bigger program, and they sort of had a program built around them. Now, the minute you flash at a mid-major, there's some power program that wants you on their roster, that's willing to throw you some money to come and grab you. Wisconsin has used the transfer portal. This is a new dynamic, and I wonder if it does end up affecting sort of the way that the tournament shakes out as a whole.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting point because I think one of the biggest concerns with NIL has been, well, for God's sakes, there's only going to be a few teams at the top and everybody else is going to be no good because the best players are going to go follow the money. But if fives are still beating 12s in the NCAA tournament, it's changing the whole narrative. If you have a 16 seed, possibly, we'll see what happens with the Duke Siena.
Second half,
What happens there? It's going to go to show that for somehow the power of basketball overcomes even paying guys, or maybe paying guys somehow makes those teams worse. And so the dynamics and the landscape of NCAA NIL, I think, will continue to shift around the results that we see, but this is pretty stunning.
The High Point players are throwing their towels on the kid's head, who we were talking about before. Did I say his name was Jackson? I should pull up his name. Johnston is the name of the young man, and he knows that this is his moment. So dude keeps throwing the towels off because he's like, "Nah, man, I need people to see my face in this moment as I'm being interviewed by the TBS reporter." There he is, hyping up the crowd. I got to be honest with you, and Luis is here with us in studio. Luis from Potawatomi. I was a little surprised at the reaction from the crowd behind
Yeah, I
me.
heard
I know
that.
we have a lot of Wisconsin fans out there. Do you think that's Marquette fans out there?
Oh, you
who
wanna
are-
blame the Marquette
No, I'm
fans?
just saying.
No.
I don't imagine we have a bunch of High Point fans out there, do we? Or maybe.
When the pass was stolen on the last possession, there was a roar behind us. We're on a little delay. I thought Wisconsin made the shot, but it got stolen because there was a cheer. I think we were both confused. I don't know who's down there. The people have been drinking all day at the Sportsbook, having a great time.
The Sportsbook today.
I know.
Well, and now you have another 5-12, so they just kicked over, and this is late in the first half between McNeese and Vanderbilt, and it was a tie game just a moment ago. McNeese just took the lead. They're a 12 seed, Vanderbilt's a 5. I think this was the 12-5 upset that I picked in my bracket.
Yeah.
Just playing the odds again. It happens so frequently. Similarly, we were talking about earlier this morning, the 6-11 and the 10-7. Those happen 10 seeds beat 7 seeds 39% of the time. And then Tony was telling me that the 6-11 matchup over the last 60 games between 6s and 11s, it's gone 30-30. So
Wow.
30 times the 6 has won, 30 times the 11 has won. So again, some of these ones that have been pretty easy to predict in the past are becoming more difficult.
Yeah. No, and I had no idea that numbers were that even. But I do think like that is the magic of the NCAA tournament, is even if it's a little bit of trickery, the seeding, it looks so dramatically different. When it's a 5 and a 12, you're going 5 could never lose to a 12. But like you're saying, we're finding out that, there's some pockets of seedings where it's 50-50 over the last few years. And I think it is what makes this time of year so fun. And to be honest, I think we'll continue to make this time of year fun if in this NIL landscape, the underdogs are still winning. And there's not this massive separation of the haves and the have-nots. But boy, oh boy, is High Point having their moment. And Jen, I just have to say, as my witness, you can see, not as a hater, I did have High Point as an upset. Now hold on, I do
There
have
it is,
Duke
ladies
winning.
and gentlemen. Yeah, you do have Duke
You're
winning.
going to call me a hater on
No,
air,
no, no,
aren't
I'm
you?
not going to call you a hater. I was going to say, ladies and gentlemen, Steve Novak might have been the only person in this place. Because, again, we got a major Wisconsin contingency behind us here
We do.
at the Sportsbook. But you picked High Point, so you would have been cheering right along with those folks if you were, tied to your bracket.
I did one bracket this year. I know some years, people like to do 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 brackets. And I said, I'm going to just do one. And so I tried to really pick with I had an incentive in the bracket that I did to pick upsets because there's bonus points for it. So that was part of it. But there were also just a few games that I identified, I think, just watching teams late in the season and trying to feel like who's playing well, who's hot, who can, honestly, in my opinion, who can shoot it, who can, like we saw on display at the end of this game, which teams have the backcourts that can get hot and really shoot it late in games, because this is when you leave it on the line and you take chances. And that is what we saw from High Point. And then it came down to one offensive rebound almost away for Wisconsin to secure it, and it turned into a transition bucket. And that's the one possession it felt like High Point needed just to put it over the top. But God bless them, they kept it close the whole game.
All right, Steve, so I hate to press on a pain point, but Wisconsin, the guys are going through something right now.
Yeah.
And I don't think that the average person who hasn't played sports at a high level necessarily can identify the abruptness of a season ending. Because you've mentally prepared yourself to make a deep run, right? You think you have a team that can go the distance, however far that may be. And now it's done. It's over. You're going home. For those seniors, they may never play at a high level again. Some of them will certainly try at some of the various opportunities that present themselves. What is that like? What is that moment like? What is that locker room like? What is it like when the road and the journey ends?
Yeah. A Mike Tyson quote comes to mind: the brighter the lights, the darker the shadows. And you think about a Marquette team they're not in the NCAA tournament. Those are obviously my guys. I'm always cheering for them. They did not have a good enough season to be under the bright lights. So to be honest, they've gone through their mourning. They've moved on from this season at some point previous to today. Wisconsin had a year good enough to be a 5 seed, and the lights get bright, and you're on this stage. And then when it doesn't go well, the shadows are a little bit darker. You lose to a High Point. Like, thanks for the reward. Instead of having a bad season, we had a good season, but this is what it has to feel like. And so I think it's this perspective where you go, we could have had a really bad year and lost most of our games, and it wouldn't have been as painful right now. Or we could put ourselves in a position to experience this awful pain of, to your point, such abrupt, intense pain where you're thinking we might be able to make a run in this tournament. We might be able to make memories, bond with each other. We've worked so hard all year. And now in a moment, High Point takes that away. And so I think, it's just a great question on your part to, I think, bring up, what does that feel like? I think it feels better, in my opinion, than having a bad year. But I don't think any of those guys in the Wisconsin locker room would want to hear any of that right now. They're just, reflecting on a tough fought season that's now over.
You think upsets beget upsets? You think once one happens and somebody sort of pops the lid off of that thing, then a team like McNeese, and I'm not saying that the McNeese players who are on the floor right now against Vanderbilt and they're in a tie game late in the first half, that they are paying attention to what just happened between High Point and Wisconsin. But is there something about when they do catch wind of how that game went down, a 5-12 matchup, they go, ha, see? We could do it.
Yeah.
We follow the blueprint.
Yep.
We're not supposed to be here. This isn't supposed to be a tight game, and look where we are. Does the belief build as the game goes on and as the tournament goes on?
As the tournament goes on, I think 100%, because you look around and you go, like you just said, there's other teams that are doing what we're doing, that we can do it, they're doing it. And then I think as it goes on further and further and teams start to become Cinderellas, I think then you start to go, we're different. We are meant to be this group, and that's so powerful and empowering. And so, like you said, I don't think they're scoreboard watching right now, but the teams like McNeese, the teams like Siena, but I do think that if they have a good coaching staff, they've been in those film rooms with the lights turned down, with a little bit of music behind some of the clips. They've been showing the upsets. They've been showing number 16 beating number 1 and saying, you guys, you don't think that can be us? You don't think we're better than this team that did it in the past? You don't think we're better than them, and we're going to do it? So to your point, I think a lot of these coaches and staffs have probably been putting together some pretty dramatic, empowering stuff to say, okay, boys, now it's our turn.
All right, pull up your bracket. You got it there.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe that Steve Novak did his bracket on paper and then took a picture of it, and he keeps referencing his photos on his phone, and then he's zooming in with his fingers. So you said that you were incentivized in your pool to pick some upsets. Give me one other upset that you picked on your bracket that I think might surprise some people.
I have McNeese.
He's got McNeese, ladies and gentlemen.
I have McNeese.
And what did you like about
McNeese?
McNeese? Yep, it's right there, MCN. What did you like about them? I don't even know if you were crunching the film, but what did you like about them where you thought they could give Vanderbilt a run?
I always think when there's those teams, regardless of conference, regardless of strength of schedule, that have learned to win, when they have 28 wins, 5 losses in the season, the Miamis of Ohio, you go like, if they never lose, is it possible that they're better than we think, even though their strength of schedule is terrible?
Right.
And so,
because I always say everybody's got a clunker in them.
Yeah.
Everybody, right?
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
The more the wins build, these are still human beings. There's pressure, there's conversations, there's more media, there's all of these things. You don't exist in a vacuum.
Right.
And so I always say, it wouldn't surprise me if a team, even that good, just clunked their way to a loss. Yeah. And then, a lot of coaches, as you know, will say, we needed that loss because it showed us we were winning in spite of ourselves. We were winning in spite of our flaws. We were winning, but we weren't doing everything right. And when you lose, all of a sudden that coach gets to go, this and this, right? Like, so I'm with you on that. Like, that's a big element. And McNeese, to your point, they had a lot of success this year.
They had a lot of success, and I think it's the same with players. You see guys that led the league in scoring, and all of a sudden they become NBA guys who score the ball. They led the league in rebounding, and the guy ends up being an all-world rebounding guy. And then there's the team perspective, like you're saying, where when they keep finding a way to win, no matter who it's against, they didn't have clunkers, or they didn't have many clunkers. And I think that, that is, one thing you look for is who are the teams that aren't playing maybe in the bigger conferences against the big, Power 5 teams, and they're just continuing to find a way to win. And then if they get a chance to play one of those big dogs, what might it look like? And so, I think that this is the time we get to find out.
I imagine you did take Tennessee over Miami of Ohio, though, right? Miami of Ohio winning their play-in game last night.
Yeah.
But they're on the right side of the bracket.
Yeah. I got to tell you, Jen.
Ladies and gentlemen, he took Miami of Ohio. Again, incentivized in his pool to pick upsets, but now we've got an upset looming here. It's a 3-point game to end the first half. Well, I guess I suppose I should wait for this final bucket here. Oh! All right, Vanderbilt put a couple points up on the board there to head to half. Did they score it, or did they say it was after the no shot? All right, it's a 3-point game. Another 5-12 matchup. It's a 3-point game at the half. And our guy, Steve Novak here, has McNeese winning.
I didn't pick only upsets.
Bracket.
I promise. I didn't pick only upsets. But they are fun it is fun when you get them right. And I'll tell you, there's going to be some blown up brackets. We have a.
I was going to go look and see how many perfect brackets there are. I mean, with Wisconsin losing, I imagine that has messed up a lot of people. Again, it just goes back to, I don't think there were a lot of people who picked High Point to beat Wisconsin in the first round of the tournament. He mentioned there's going to be a lot of fun. There's a lot of fun here at the Potawatomi Sportsbook, okay? We've got this bucket of beer in front of us. I noticed that one is absent. Looks like somebody indulged.
There's one missing.
Looks like somebody indulged. So for advertising sake, you do get 5. There's only 4 in there, but you do get 5 if you decide to do a Bud Light bucket here. Those are $20, and they have the 100-ounce beer tubes. You've seen them on the commercials. Maybe you've enjoyed one here at the Potawatomi Sportsbook. Those are going to be $10 off. That's 10 to 12 beers in a beer tube, Steve.
I mean,
you and your pals could polish one off, right?
We're in Wisconsin. It's March Madness. You got a couple of the buddies.
No judgment.
No, there's no judgment. This is how we party. Welcome to the state of Wisconsin. This is what we do.
I love
We're
it.
not sorry at all.
I love it. And we were saying earlier, if you want to get some food, obviously, they've got the fullback platter, which is in honor of John Kuhn, who was here a little bit earlier and might be here a little bit later today as well. So come on down to the Potawatomi Sportsbook. It is a great vibe. It is a great scene. To be fair, I haven't been out there since Wisconsin lost that game, so maybe the vibe has changed.
More drinking, I imagine. A little more drinking.
I got some nods over here from the Peanut Gallery. Yes, there will be more drinks flowing, I'm guessing, because either you're celebrating or you're drowning your sorrows. That's how that works.
That's right. Whatever you need, we have it here at Potawatomi for you.
He's Steve Novak. The other thing we want to tell you is Steve has already done the Papa Shot downstairs. That's on the first level down by the sportsbook. You put up a pretty good score, dude.
I thought. And then some stars started rolling up.
I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to. You put up a 91. You put up a 91.
Yeah, and I thought that was pretty good. And then there's just folks just wandering around, coming over, shooting these underhand shots, and they're beating me in front of me.
Now, to be fair, it is your buddy who also has a little bit of basketball in his background as well, right?
He does. But I'll be honest, when I got the score at 91, I was pretty proud of myself in the pop shot. And I was thinking, no one's going to beat that. And then immediately, the first person to go, you're right, it was my buddy, Chris Miskell, a Butler alum. We still like him. He put up a score of 93 or 94. And then someone came up to me and said, oh, and by the way, the high score before you got here was like 131. So I believe I'm going to need another round.
I think so. Yeah. We can make that happen, right, team? We can give Steve another shot at the Papa Shot. All right, we're going to take a break here from the Potawatomi Sportsbook studio. Still a lot of tournament time coming your way as the day rolls on. Stick around and get your butt down here to the Potawatomi Sportsbook. Take part in all the festivities.
We're back on Potawatomi Sportsbook, YouTube, and tournament talk reaches a different level. It's when multiple Bud Lights get cracked open. I'm Billy Schmid. That's Doug Russell.
Need one.
And Dougie, the Wisconsin Badgers just went down. Sorry, Doug Russell, sports director, program director of Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin, 920 and 1070 AM in Madison. I'm of the Huddle, 5 to 8 on that station. And Dougie, we also are the home of Wisconsin Badgers basketball. Difficult broadcast to bring from Portland when they fall 83-82. There's a lot here. They had two of the best guards, maybe the best backcourt in the country. One of those guys had 20 points at halftime. Nick Boyd ends up with the ball in his hands on the final possession, but unable to get a great shot off. He beats his man. Great help side defense. I'm breaking down a play with 11 seconds to go in a 12-5 matchup. That's how tight the tournament is, especially when you mess around and find out.
That's what the tournament is all about, though, right? I mean, listen, we all wanted Wisconsin to win. I would be resplendent in red if I hadn't had another television
if you weren't more professional than I, correct.
We'll go with that, yes. I'm a suit, but I don't try to wear a suit, but here I am in a suit. Yeah, that was a difficult one because this is what the tournament is all about. Now, if you're High Point, Clark Kellogg thought that they were going to be able to win against Wisconsin. They were riding a heater going into this tournament. There was a lot of kind of juice on them. You talked about the 12-5s because we always see them every single year. There's at least one 12-5 upset. And when the seedings came out, and I kind of figured that Wisconsin was going to be a number 5 seed. You almost wish that they weren't because I don't know if it's the kiss of death. I don't know if I'm reading too much into it, but I just didn't get a great feeling. When I look at my bracket, I was picking with my heart and not my head. My head said this is going to be a difficult matchup for Wisconsin. It was a difficult matchup for Wisconsin. High Point got hot at the right time, which is what they've been doing for the second half of the entire season. Wisconsin has had their ups and downs throughout the entire season. They've gotten pounded against Nebraska, but then they've gone in and beaten Michigan on the road. They can beat Purdue on the road. They've beaten some of the best teams in the country on the road. But for whatever reason, in the month of March, this team continues to struggle in the month of March.
And one of the toughest things is, Doug, this is the best game they've put forward in this month in a while, right? I mean, like they get run out of the gym against James Madison. Like last year wasn't particularly great, and this one here today. I mean, Chase Johnston, the guy who came in hitting 90-something threes during the year, made his first 2-point field goal of the entire season on the final basket made with 1.9 seconds to go. Like, you put yourself in a position, and the other team is going to make great plays, especially when they've found ways to win. You hit it on the head, Doug. And I think we talk about it in all different sports. Teams got to learn how to win each year. Teams learn how to win, and High Point, whoever they played, and this was the argument with Miami of Ohio. It's always the argument with mid-majors. Sure, you don't go through an entire Big Ten schedule. If you did, you'd be in the freaking Big Ten. You're not. You're in the Big South for a reason. But if you've learned how to win 30 games during a year, you know how to maneuver your way through difficult positions, and that's exactly what the Panthers did.
Well, this is, there's something to be said for just figuring out, like you said, a way to win a basketball game. And there is something to that when the chips are down, when you maybe have to overcome a deficit late. You just reach back into, okay, what did we do against X, Y, and Z during the regular season? The reason that the tournament is so exciting is because all of these teams earned their way in, even the mid-majors that had to win their conference tournaments to get in. There are no accidents. There's argument, and I was talking about this earlier today, about the argument to expand the field. And I'm not of the opinion that the field should be expanded. I don't love the play-in games, but they've been here for over 15 years, and I think they're not going anywhere. I think they're here to stay. So fine, the field of 68. There's something about these first 2 days of the tournament that everybody's bracket is just fried at the end. But it goes back to kind of my original thesis about the NCAA tournament. Nobody backs their way into the tournament. Maybe they back their way into it, but they've already built up enough equity to be able to back their way into the tournament.
You don't back your way to the Final Four, that's for sure.
Right, because you got to win 6 games. You got to win 6 games.
And you see it here, Doug, with and this is difficult because Greg Gard, you can take the professional and the emotion side out of it. I don't know there's many better human beings that I've encountered in sports than Greg Gard. And he has done a phenomenal job of doing what he has done with, let's be honest, just some limited resources that they get, because a lot of the other resources go to their teams at the university. And he's had to raise a lot of that money on his own. But this is, you said it, the month of March is the one that's eluded him. The only Sweet 16 appearance, correct me if I'm wrong, is when they went the year after he took over for Bo Ryan. And there's an understandable retort of those were Bo's guys.
Yeah, but they're always there. And I still think in 2020 they could have made a run, but COVID wiped out the tournament. They were ESPN did the virtual bracket.
Yes.
And they won the national championship. You can hang a virtual banner if you want to hang it for that. I think that, Wisconsin has been beset with some bad luck. They created some bad luck today, unfortunately. Totally. I think Greg Gard's a great coach. I really do. And I know that you can't say that in certain circles of the state of Wisconsin because, you look at what his predecessor did. And Bo Ryan is in the Naismith Hall of Fame. He's in every Hall of Fame that you can possibly imagine. Anything short of that, you're going to be compared against your predecessor. I mean, it's almost like you look at John Shire, who I think is an elite college basketball coach. He's always going to be compared against Mike Krzyzewski.
Always.
Is that fair? I mean, when you're talking about the greatest to ever do it in college basketball or the greatest to ever do it in Madison for a program that most of its history hasn't been very good.
Yeah.
They had a jump up with Dick Bennett. I think it started with Stu Jackson in the 90s. They had some ups and downs. Dick Bennett took them to the 2000 Final Four, which was great. That was kind of a Cinderella story. Bo Ryan took it over after Dick retired. Brad Soderberg was the interim coach for a year, and then Bo kind of did what he did at Platteville, just not to that extent. He won 4 national championships at Platteville, but back-to-back Final Fours, but they were always there. Sweet 16, Elite 8. That's an impossible bar for anybody to get to. And in this NIL era, what Greg Gard has been able to do is something that I don't think that Bo could have done, and that's evolved with the times. And whether that's going out and finding a Nick Boyd or a John Tanji or an AJ Storr or, just a player that you wouldn't necessarily have traditionally brought into Wisconsin, but they fit what you're trying to do, and they have these great seasons. So is today disappointing? Of course it's disappointing. Teams are judged by what they do this weekend and next weekend in the NCAA tournament. That's really, when it boils down to it, 4 days out of a 365-day year. Those other 364 days, today's disappointing. Those other 364 days, I'll take Greg Gard as my coach.
Yeah, and Doug, I'm just right there with you. Like in the rank and file, there's, and you can do this in other sports, and maybe it's not the barometer of somebody being a great coach, is like Greg Gard's getting scooped up tomorrow. If you go and if you think you're going to move on, he's going to get a new job tomorrow. And I don't think that there's going to be people there. But when you have now lost 2 out of the last 3 years in the first weekend to a 12 seed, I think there will be people there. You also mentioned the name, and Doug, you'd be able to give all of us on the YouTube page here a little bit more of an understanding of it. Do you still think he's trying to, like, elbow out the Brad Soderberg comparisons? Like, because Brad got it given to him.
But he didn't last.
But he didn't last, right? Greg has not only lasted, he's continued a really impressive legacy with what they've done in regular seasons. But final exams, generally, I joked about it with Reid, Magnum, and Chelsey earlier on. I wasn't good in school because I wasn't all that smart and didn't study. Those are 2 tough things. But I also wasn't a great test taker. And a lot of times the final exams work like 30% of your final grade. And in college hoops, it's probably closer to 50, 60%.
Yeah, and that, like I said, that's what you're judged in March. But what you have to do to build to March to get to this tournament is, listen, you look at what Marquette is doing right now. I think Shaka Smart, who I think is a very good coach, but has resisted up until he kind of got his butt kicked a little bit this year, what the NIL era is all about. And I think that if there was anybody who would have been able to, if you would have asked me 3 years ago who I think would have been more apt to be able to maybe adjust to the NIL era, Greg Gard or Shaka Smart, I might have said Shaka.
I would agree. With you.
But it's been Greg. And it's still, that's not, it is a little bit of a knock on Shaka because he's kind of behind the 8 ball, and now he's got to build up and, embrace NIL because he's got to build that Marquette program up. But from what, in an extremely difficult conference year after year that is now expanded to 18 teams. That's expanded to, I mean, I know
it's the
that
coast-to-coast conference.
it really is. So you're going to have, like when they lost against Oregon midweek, and you fly out 2 time zones in the middle of the week, and you're going to have a cold night shooting. Wisconsin has lived by the jump shot and died by the jump shot, unfortunately, so much, not only this year, but in years past. But this has been primarily a 3-point shooting team. A couple of nights later, or I think it was an afternoon game that they played at Washington, but they were able to stay in the same time zone. You just bop up from Eugene up to Seattle, and they rebounded nicely, and they put a hurt on the Huskies. Now, Washington's not a very good team.
Right.
Neither was Oregon.
Neither was Oregon. Oregon was the dregs of the conference again.
But they shot poorly.
And they shot poorly. And I think the real story here today is, Doug, at halftime, I think High Point was shooting 24% from downtown. They end up 38% from 3. And Johnston was, he got unconscious towards the end, but you were also in a 2-point game at half. And that's what happens when you don't Nebraska the situation and lead by 15 at the break.
Sure. Let's go back to the Oregon game for a second as well, because if memory serves, and I'm just kind of doing the math, I think Wisconsin led 33-30 at halftime.
You're spot on.
Okay.
Yep.
They shot terribly.
Awful.
In the first half. Now, that continued for Wisconsin in the second half, but Oregon got hot. They shot something like 70% in the second half. That's unusual. You look at the final score, it was a blowout. I don't remember what the final score was, but it was a blowout. There was a lot of garbage time.
I was going to say there ended up like an 18-2 run that flipped the tide pretty good, and it didn't get any better from there. Yeah, you're right.
Pretty quickly. Wisconsin didn't get any better. But there's always, most of the time, a regression to the mean with a good team. It didn't happen that night for Wisconsin. Again, I think the time zone thing had something to do with it. But High Point, they've been out there for a couple of days. Yes, they had to travel 3 time zones from North Carolina to get to Portland. But the NCAA tournament, I think there is, when you have a bad first half and you're a shooting team, oftentimes there's a regression to where you got there in the first place. And that's what High Point did today. Wisconsin wasn't able to adjust as well. And
no doubt.
So it's unfortunate. I understand. I get it. The state of Oregon has not been good to the Wisconsin Badgers this year.
No,
it's so just if they can avoid that next year, that'd be super.
It would be kind of cool if you just didn't have to travel out west. That might help out.
Yeah.
It also would help if your best players are the ones that have their best games. And John Blackwell had himself a phenomenal game, at least in the first half. Blackwell had 20 in the first period. Into the second half, the Badgers matched their 41 that they put up in the first half. They lose at 83-82 to High Point in an absolute heartbreaker. However, Doug, this is one of the fun parts about the tournament is a lot of times the interest in the NCAA tournament would wane now. No UWM.
Not here.
No WGB, no Marquette, no Wisconsin. No problem, because you're at the Potawatomi Sportsbook, and all of these games are about just as important, if not more.
That's one of the great things about coming here to Potawatomi Sportsbook. And you and I have done a lot of football shows here. I know you've done a lot of shows here. You've done a lot of great things here at Potawatomi Sportsbook. And you and I both love Vegas as well. And so when they built the sportsbook, I was told, it's like, this is as good as anyone you're going to go to. So in my own mind, I'm like, okay, I'll believe it when I see it.
Yep. I thought Caesars. I thought instantly into Vegas.
For me, it's
somewhere.
Mandalay Bay.
Mandalay Bay is another good one.
That was the one for me.
Yep.
And I walked into this place for the first time like, oh, they weren't kidding.
They weren't.
They weren't kidding. This place is legit. And you walked, I came in a few minutes ago, and it's right after the Badgers game. Now, I did see some Badgers fans that were they grabbed their food and they were headed out.
They were hurting.
And I get it. I understand that. But by and large, there's still a lot of disappointed fans in red downstairs from where we are right now. But nobody's budging because this is the place. Is there a better place in Wisconsin to be right now? There isn't.
No, there's not.
I promise you there isn't.
And Dougie, I think there's going to be a lot of North Dakota State fans. We might find some Rainbow Warrior fans down there, maybe some Cougars fans. You'll become a fan of just about whoever you have to at the Potawatomi Sportsbook. One thing that Doug Russell and I are always fans of here. The menu's phenomenal. Mama's Pancakes might be waiting for you.
I haven't eaten yet.
I was going to say, and you cracked one of those Bud Lights before that, so we had to have a good one.
Well, I walked in, I just saw them right here, and Luis was still in here. It was good to see Jen. I hadn't seen her in a while. Haley, I hadn't seen her since football season. But there was that bucket on the table there, and I'm like, You'll excuse me for a
Yeah,
second.
when we first sat down, Jen was in your seat. They put me all the way at the far end, and they said, well, Billy, where do you want to be? I said, as far away from the Bud Lights as possible. We're going to be here for a while. Now, as you notice, this bucket of 5 has gone down to 3. You can grab your bucket of 5 for $20, or make sure you grab those beer towers.
That's a good tight shot. I like that.
You like that deal? Come on now.
That's
Product placement. Wyatt knows what he's doing here.
Good
on
job,
the YouTube
Wyatt.
stream. We're going to step out here for a quick second, and we are going to allow Ghost Ninja and company to jump their way back in here. It does not end. Don't go anywhere. Doug, this is always fun, man.
This is the best, man.
Let's go win that money back.
Yeah, no doubt.
Let's go with that Badger money back. This is Potawatomi Sportsbook YouTube page. Stay with us.
Welcome back. How you doing, chat? We are live, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, we got a comment in the chat. It's Tashina. Somehow I had it down to Arizona, Michigan, but I know nothing about college basketball. Tashina, sometimes it's just luck. It's just luck. We're going to go through the picks we have today. Some sleepers, you guys. We got some sleepers. Hun, say hello to the chat. Guys, we're here with my girlfriend, too, so maybe we'll get her in there. Look at her. Hun, let's get it, guys. Hey, first, everyone, drop a like on the stream. Let's go, guys. Create some hype in the chat. Where are you guys watching from? Let me know in the chat as well. Hey, Homer's in the chat saying hey, that's one of my buddies, Arizona. Shout out to Homer. Shout out to you, Russ. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate it. Look, what? I got all these people taking pictures of me over here. It's very nice. All right, so first thing we're going to do. Doc is in the chat. Doc, hey, what up, brother? See, I got all my peoples in the chat. Look, my girl, everyone's recording me over here. I got all my friends in the chat. I love it, man. All right. Doc, tell me in the chat right now who you got winning March Madness. I need you guys, let me know in the chat who you guys got winning. Who you guys got winning. Who you guys got winning. Hey, Tashina's from Milwaukee. Shout out to MKE. Shout out to MKE. What happened to the Badgers, you guys? Can we talk about it? What happened here? What happened today? I mean, that was depressing. That was depressing, you guys. I got to fix my hair a little bit, So, all right, you guys. Doc, who you got winning? Let me know in the chat. I got to drop a like. Here we go, boys. Hey, also, too, you guys, I noticed Potawatomi Hotel or Casino Hotel, they're about to get to 1,000 subscribers. We need everyone to subscribe. Guys, what are we doing? Subscribe to the channel. Let's hit 1,000 subscribers, and maybe we can convince them to do something hype. You know what I mean? Like for your subscribers, why not? You know what I mean? Let's get it, guys. Make sure you guys are subscribing to the channel. Turn on notifications. All right, let's go. Doc, let's see what you got, dude. You got Duke or Arizona? Dude, I got Florida all the way. Back to back. Back to back. Jackson's in the chat. What up, bro? Jackson, get down here, dude. You're coming on stream, bro. Let's go. Jackson, here we go, dude. Here we go. We need the boys, man. All right, I got everyone in the chat. All right, so first things first. Let's go through this all, you guys. Let's go through this all. We got... Oh, wait, Jackson, Jackson, you gave me these picks. These are some good picks, actually. So, can the chat see? We need like a hand cam, you know what I mean? Like one of those right here. Oh, whoa, this is getting Wyatt. I look fat, dude. Like, what are we doing? Bro, too pasty for that. Just like zooming out my face here. Yo, I'm having fun though, you guys. That's what it's all about, So, okay, guys. That was funny. Wyatt, man, come on, bro. All right, so this is what we got. Lock it in. Guys, get down to here. You know what? Zoom it in. I'll embrace it. You know what I mean? What do you guys think about this parlay? We got a 3-leg parlay right here. Oh, that's it. That's the one. Dude, these cameras are nice. All right, what do we got, boys? Check it out. Let's go real slow. Guys, get your bets in, ladies and gentlemen. Come on down to Potawatomi Hotel Casino, boys and girls. All right, so this is what I got. I mean, I'm just doing the spreads. And that's about it. I don't do all the crazy, I don't know. I don't do 5 legs. I do 3 legs. I think that's the best odds. So that's the first one I got. I got 25 bucks paying out $167. You know what? Can I give away anything on this? Can I do any of that? No? Okay. Because I was going to say, if this wins, yeah. Okay. And then also, guys, we have another one. Check it out. Oh, hey, you got some good camera work over there. It was fast. Wait, hold up. Wait, hold up. Guys, am I being really difficult here? Okay, so we got another 3-leg. What do you guys think about it? Let me know in the chat. Shout out to Jackson. He gave me this one too, man. So thank you, brother. Thank you. So we got that $25 wager, paying out $199. I think we can do it, guys. I think we can do it. What do you guys think? Let me know in the chat. All right. But Doc, do you really got Duke or Arizona? You got to pick one or the other, bro. You only have one to win. Who wins? Who's winning? You think Duke? My girlfriend thinks Duke. Florida, guys. Florida Gators. You know what I mean? Florida Gators, boys. Hey, I love Florida, so I used to live there too. So I love Florida. All right. So chat, this is what we're gonna need to do. We're gonna need the W's in the chat. We're gonna need it. Hype, ladies and gentlemen. Babe, get over here. Guys, type 1 in the chat for my girlfriend. You know what I mean? It's all about the fun, guys. It's all about the fun. Are you guys enjoying March Madness? Let's start there, too. You guys enjoying March Madness? Like, what's like a Cleo, what's the biggest like sleeper that happened so far today? Is it Wisconsin losing? Is it the biggest upset? The fact that I am now here, but this is a little depressing. We should have won that game, you guys. Come on, that could have been insane. So Wisconsin's literally the biggest upset so far. Duke was losing by 10 when I was doing the bets. Did they? Oh, wait, no, that's not on yet. Are they? How are they doing right now? Because guys, imagine if Duke actually lost. Duke's like a powerhouse. I mean, come on, you literally cannot go wrong with Duke. That's like the easiest one to just bet on, you know? What's your thought process behind these bets? You know what, Tashina, sometimes there's just not a lot of thought process going on. I felt that, you know, first off, you know what I mean? Sometimes there's not a lot of thought process. One of my buddies gave me a shot to Jackson. He's actually in the chat. Jackson, did you drop a like? Let's just start there, Jackson. Did you drop a like on this stream? Let's go, guys. Come on, drop a like. And then the other thought is don't get too crazy, because sometimes I just say, you know, YOLO, and I torch my money. So that is why we went with the threes. I think that's the best. How's the food at the Sportsbook? Doc, I've not ate any food yet. But get on down to Potawatomi to come check it out, you know? Come on, Doc, get down here, brother. I don't really have a lot of thought behind him. I just thought, like, okay, you know what? Actually, I'll give you a good thought here. So the spreads, so like Duke was losing by 10 when I put this bet in, like maybe 30 minutes ago. So the spread was minus 12.5. Well, they're playing a 16 seed. So why would I not pick that spread? Because the beginning spread of that game when it started was probably like 31. It was probably like 32, something crazy. You know what I mean, hun? You know. So that's why I was like, that's a free bet. There's no way. What's the score actually? Khalil, what's the score? Yeah, are they up by 13 right now? Because then I'm really, darn it! So I'm not even sounding good. You know, darn! Like, all right, guys. So we're gonna win. What's the time? Wait, it's 61-61. Imagine if Duke what? Oh, it's right there. Oh my God! 4 minutes left and they're tied. Holy Christmas, ladies and gentlemen. Come on down to Potawatomi. Place your bets right now. This is a right now thing, guys. It is crazy. Honestly, when I came here just now, guys, the atmosphere was insane. It was great. The energy was like the top. It's honestly the most energy I've seen here literally in years, bro. Like with the brand new remodel. Dude, it is a really good vibe down here. So make sure you guys are coming down. Check it out. And come join. Come join, you guys. Dude, the fact that this is tied is crazy. I mean, this is... Wait. Oh my God, they just scored. I thought, dude, imagine if this literally, if they would to lose this game on a 16 seed Duke. Everyone's got Duke winning. Like literally, most people got Duke winning. Guys, this is when you need to place your bets. Like, guys, hurry up. Get down, get down. You got 4 minutes to get to Potawatomi and place your bets right now. You know what I mean? This is massive stuff going on. How many busted brackets? Wait, what's the heart thing? I got hearts in the chat. I don't even know what it is. Wait. How long you streaming for, Jackson? I will be live for however long you guys want me to be live. You know, I mean, hey, live streaming's fun, you guys. We gotta love live streaming, dude. So I could stream all day on this channel. So we're going all day. Hun's just like, sure you are. You know, hey, could you hear me this morning streaming? So if you guys don't know, I make Fortnite videos. I stream Fortnite. Just so you're like, who is this random dude talking right now? So I make YouTube videos, Fortnite. Go subscribe. I'm a local, so I live in Waukesha, really close. Potawatomi is like literally the first casino I ever was gambling at a lot. Honestly, it was. And then to see how crazy they've actually changed stuff and put a lot of money into remodeling, dude, it's crazy, bro. Like Potawatomi 10 years ago to now is completely different, bro. So shout out to the team, you guys. You guys did a great job. Again, this is the time to get here, man. Especially with March Madness, it's like the best time to literally be betting. So make sure it's going down. Tashina, great point. Oh, dude, there's so many busted. My bracket's torched. I had Wisconsin winning today. Did you see that game? I mean, how did they lose that game? Guys, how did this happen this year in Wisconsin? Wisconsin literally beat so many ranked teams, and then they're just getting blown out by random teams. Well, they had the most random season ever, bro. Didn't they? It was random. Guys, what are we doing, man? So who do we root for now, guys? Who do we root for? Florida Gators? Who are you rooting for, Cleo? Who are you rooting for? Cleo's like, God, you getting me involved right now. You know what I mean? Like, hey, let's go, chat. All right, you know what I mean? Yeah. Wait, so here we go, guys. Now I want to know, is this, dude, my bets, this parlay torched, but it's about the fun, you guys. You know what I mean? So we had fun with it as well. You know what I'm saying? Because there's no way I'm winning this minus 12.5. But you know what, guys? You know what you do when you lose? You go get it again. So now we're going to go double up after this. You know what I mean? So it's just kind of what I'm going to do here. So what else do we have? 3 o'clock or 6 o'clock. Well, this is torched already. So next, and then we got... Okay, 6 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock. So this one, I'm betting all odds on this one right here, you guys. Do not take my first one. Wyatt, your camera work, dang. Oh, I thought it would just be right there. Wyatt's in the chat, you know. So that's the one that I'm gonna be taking. We're gonna win there, guys. We're gonna win there. How's Duke doing? Dude, they're literally down right now. What's this? Are they down or? You know what'd be really cool to have in here too, dude? Like all the scores and all, you know what I mean? Like, so you could like live react to this stuff. You know what I mean? This is a great studio too, you guys. Whoever built this studio, this is a cool studio. Wait, I gotta remember, a Shure mic, you have to talk like this into. Cause is my audio kind of weird? No? You have to talk so direct into these mics. Hey, all the people that do like Let's Plays or like the campaign videos, and they're, hey guys, welcome back to the channel. You know what I mean? These are those mics, you know? Is it good? Is it good? Sometimes it's all good though. All right, so guys, here we go. Dude, wait, we got a live, guys, let's get hype. We got to live react to this. I mean, it is 63 to 61. You know what I mean? These cameras don't move with me. This is actually, dude, so what, oh, dude, would it be so cool to have a little box with like the live reaction to this? Bro, this is hype. Like, this is hype right here. Guys, what's going to happen here? Look, yo, so Duke was losing, 11-3 run. They were literally losing 5 minutes ago. Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, it is lit. We need some, what, hun? Get on stream, say hi to the chat. Guys, type 1 in the chat if my girlfriend gets on stream. I mean, let me know, boys, let me know. You wanna come? You wanna come in? Come on in. Come on in, join the live stream. What? You want a beer? Oh, you guys are too slick. You know what I mean? Hey guys, if they just want a beer. You know what I mean? You guys are slick. Here, there you go. Is it for you? Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry I opened it. Well, guys, in that case, we are sponsored by Bud Light today. I guess I gotta now rep the sponsor, right? Shout out to Bud Light. Look at that camera work. That's what I like to see. That little smooth just bang right there. I like it. All right, guys. This is the one time you will ever catch Ghost Ninja taking a sip of this. Hey, get the logo in there. I see sponsored by a couple. Get Bud Light. You know what I mean? Use code GNJA. All right, here we go. Oh, look at all the ones. Tashina, how are you not a moderator in the YouTube chat? Let's talk. You better get moderation over there, okay? Wait till we get a little... Wait, they're doing the Papa shot. Wait, oh, downstairs? Let's go live. Literally go live on the Pato Instagram. Let's go do it. Like, I told Cleo, I said, hey, let's do whatever, bro. I don't care. Like, while I'm here, let's have some fun with this. You know what I mean? Hey, it's cool to have Cleo in here, though. Shout out, yo, dude, bro, get a little, you know, hey, you're the man behind it, man. Like, you know, it's good to see it. Ben, dude, this is one of my main supporters, Ben. Ben is in the chat. What's good, bro? Ben, shout out to you for being, Ben is literally in every stream. He's in every gambling stream. He's in every Fortnite stream. Ben watched my stream 8 hours a day. Ben, how was the stream today, or this morning? Good, bro? Ben, we're drinking a Bud Light for you, brother. You know what I mean? Shout out to you, Ben. He's from the UK. Ben, let's get you on a plane. Come on down to Potawatomi Hotel Casino. Get you some bets in, Ben. All right, get you some bets in. You can do this, Ben. Come on. You can do this, Ben. I think... Why, you got the best camera work, dude. You know, you really are that guy. You know what I mean? That's good camera work. I like it. Shout out to the chat. Wait, we got to get back to this. Guys, this is crazy. Wait, my bet could still be alive. It could still be alive, boys. Come on, 12.5. We need 13, so we got 4. Let's do some math. 9. We need 9 points. Here we go. Here we go. Get in there. Oh, no way. He missed that, bro. Come on, chat. Ladies and gentlemen, I was late, but I enjoyed it. Ben, Ben, the fact that you're here, Ben, drop a like, subscribe. Let's get Potawatomi to 1,000 subscribers. Ben, we need your hype. Ben, drop a like on the stream. Let's go. Guys, we had 0 likes. We have 5 likes. Let's get it to 10, okay? Ben, go like the stream on 10 channels, Ben. Go. Make it happen, Ben. You're the best. Type W's in the chat, Ben. Ben's got it, dude. Are you gonna, hey, yeah, I'm down. I'm down for whatever. Today's supposed to just be fun. It's March Madness. Why not? I feel like I need, like, somebody here. You know what I mean? You're like, God. So, let's go. I'm gambling this weekend. Some roulette. Hey, what are your numbers? Ben, what are your numbers? What are your numbers? What numbers you playing? W's in the chat. That's my... Dude, Ben... Oh. Wait, whoa. This is actually... Guys, I'm not doing it right. Hold up. Let's get real serious. I know how to make this work, you know what I mean? Let's get the garbage out of there. Let's take away that. Let's take away that. Unless that's what... And then, yeah! I feel like I've been sponsored by Bud Light this live stream. You know what I mean? Let's get rid of the garbage a little bit. We'll soften it up a little bit, you know? Let's get a little delicacy going here, you know what I mean? Get that little popping out just a tad, you know? There you go, chat, you know? Hey, wait. Hold. Bang! That's the one, baby. Wait. That's the one. Hey, look at that shot, dude. That's a great shot. Like, yo, I love it, bro. So, guys, we've been doing a lot of fun stuff on this stream. But, yo, Ben, I'm going to need your guys' numbers. Roulette. Should I play some slots today? If we play slots, sports betting, guys. I'm going to still go play some more sports bets because this one with Duke, it doesn't look like it's going to hit here, man. But what's the score? 60. Wow, dude, look at all these games. McNeese, Vanderbilt, hey, like, all this stuff is so close. This is crazy. Like, the first day. The fact that Wisconsin won, you guys, one like, one prayer, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I mean? It's a sad time. It's a sad time. You guys, I know, hey, this is what it's all about. This is what it's all about. We're making it fun. Look, man, you guys are, hey, I'm Ghost is just promoting Bud Light. Like, it's a great one, but whatever. Slots every day. Let's go. Sheena, you're going live too with us. She's going live. You know what I mean? Let's get it. All right, so this is what we're going to do, guys. Dude, I wish I could do live bets in here, bro. You know what I mean? Like, dude, if I had, like, now that I'm in here, I'm coming out with this idea. Guys, wouldn't it be cool to have, like, one of the bets, like, in here during March Madness only? You know what I mean? Something that makes, and, like, I'm sitting here doing bets with the chat. And, like, that to me could be cool. You know what I mean? Now that I'm sitting here, that's just an idea I had, you know? Because it's like, I could be like, yo, Ben, who should I pick? Who should, and then, but then how, that's why I asked about, like, could I, if I won, like, because it's like, that's how you get people kind of interacted into it, you know? But, shout out to Wyatt. Hey, Khalil said, hey, Khalil, wait, Khalil, your name's spelled K-A-L-E-E-L? Dude, that's, hey, dude, I'm gonna always remember his name, Khalil Mack, dude. Linebacker, bro. He's literally, that's how I'll tie it into it. That was one of my favorite linebackers. A kiosk, yes. Literally, imagine a kiosk right here, and your sponsors could be like as it's not being used, it's flashing through your sponsors. Like, it's just an interactive thing back here. You know what I mean? Like, bro, like, I almost think it's cool to even show the game. But you know why? It's like copyright. So, but yeah, I think the kiosk would be cool. Like, this is a great studio. Like, how it's built. It's just, it needs, like, let's get some interactive stuff in here. You know what I mean? That sportsbook thing could be really cool in here, actually. Ladies and gentlemen, there is 1 minute left. Duke is up 4. Here we go, boys. I'm torched. There's no way my bet works. This is it. Well, guys, at least we had fun. That's what matters. That's what matters here. Oh my God. There's not a chance. Live reaction of Duke upset during the stream? Can we do it? Let's go live on slots. Doc, get on down here to Potawatomi, and I'm going live. Only if you come. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, like, you would almost need 2 of them, though, 2 kiosks, because, like, for each angle, you kind of need, it would look weird, just one just here, so you'd have to kind of center it up. You know, like, hey, you got the camera angles, brother. Yeah, literally, like that would look so cool. You know what I mean? Just having this stuff going on. Like, I would love to sit right here and be like, all right, chat, what are we doing? Which one we do? Okay, we're doing this. You know. So, let me know. Keep me updated on. I'm still good. Guys, we are good. Let's go. Guys, let's get to 7 likes. Come on, 6, 7. Oh my God. We almost did it. We have 6 likes right now, boys. We need everyone to drop a like. Make sure you guys have notifications on too. Click the bell because they're going to be going live. Are you guys going to be going live like every day almost? Just not tomorrow? Regardless, click the bell, you guys. Make sure you guys have the bell turned on so you guys are always notified when they're posting shorts, videos, or live streams, all right? You're going live Thursday? Every Thursday they go live. You got what time? 2 o'clock Central Time, 3 o'clock Eastern. You guys make sure you're here. Mark it on your calendars. Ben, get it on the calendar, okay? 3 o'clock Eastern, 3 p.m. Eastern every Thursday. Get here. All right, you guys, make sure you guys get here. Doc, woohoo! Let's go. Doc, you are hyping it up. Let's get it. Okay, guys, thank you all so much for having me. Shout out to Potawatomi. Guys, I'll be here for a couple more hours. If you want to come check it out, make sure you guys come vibe, dude. Come put your sports bets in. Come in right now, you guys. The games are hot. The people are hot. It's all hot. So get over here now. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be wrapping things up. Drop a like, subscribe, and Wyatt.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Let's talk hoops, shall we? Here, continuing on from Potawatomi Sportsbook inside the beautiful location here. Year number 2 of the Sportsbook, celebrating all the craziness here in the month of March. And as you might expect, it's been a pretty crazy beginning to the tournament. It's a tournament that never fails. It really never fails. Now, it doesn't mean your bracket's going to be holding up, and mine is not. Although Duke winning today, as much as I don't like Duke, I do have them winning the entire tournament. Kind of an emotional hedge sort of play for myself. They survived a scare from number 16 seed Siena as they hold on for a win. That game just going final 71-65. So the Duke Blue Devils hang on. That was one of the early scares, but the only real upset we have on the map right now is High Point, outlasting Wisconsin, erasing an 8-point deficit in the second half to earn an 83-82 win. Of course, a lot of people watching this live stream right now on our YouTube feed, very interested in that game. And I'm sure there's been discussion of the game throughout the course of the game and in the immediate aftermath. But if you boil this game down to what these teams do best, both teams were at their best at times throughout the course of the game. But it really boiled down to about a 4-minute stretch in the second half where the Badgers just had a drought. They could not find their way to the hole. They could not connect, relying on their best players. They were just not able to get anything going. And while Nick Boyd shouldered the load for the offense in the second half, he just could not come up with that clutch basket down the stretch. Another big story here is John Blackwell. He had 22 points at the half, and he finished with 22 points, right? That's your second best player who is simply stonewalled in the second half. Thought High Point did well playing the zone. That confused the Badgers a little bit. They struggled to get consistent good looks, had a couple of sloppy turnovers. It always boils down to a few plays, just a few plays. And it's hard to not underscore what happened toward the end of that game, with UW preserving a lead, looking to hang on. Maybe High Point's got to play a foul and chase sort of game to try and make it a win for them. But the Badgers' inability to inbound the ball properly, though I thought the ball went off High Point, initially ruled off High Point, call reversed and changed. High Point gets the ball underneath their own basket in the final few moments of that game. That was a very telling play and a challenging result here for the Badgers. So I thought that was a call that did not go their way. But nonetheless, you got to find a way to convert. The whistle is going to be tight, and maybe they're going to let people play a little bit down the stretch. So maybe tight in the early portion of the game with these high, fast-paced teams. But down the stretch, Nick Boyd put the ball in his hands. And I'll trust him to do it, right? Trying to get a foul, trying to get contact. He was blocked at the rim. He had another sort of up and under sort of play that just didn't work out. Meanwhile, you had a collection of Badgers chasing for a loose ball, which ultimately falls into the hands of a High Point player. There's a run out on the other end, and a three-point shooter ends up scoring one of his only baskets from inside the paint the entire season. So very disappointing loss here for the Wisconsin Badgers. A lot of people thought they could advance and really challenge Arkansas in round 2. I think Arkansas is going to get by Hawaii without much of an issue. That was a game that you looked at and said, wow, this would be a fast-paced game. A couple of the up-tempo teams here in college basketball facing one another. Further down the line, you see the Badgers' potential opportunity to play Arizona. A lot of history in the last 10 years with those two schools, really going on beyond now 12 years or so, if you want to talk about those matchups deep in the tournament in 2014 and 2015. But it's not to be here as the Badgers fall short against High Point. 12 typically beats a 5 somewhere along the line. I looked at the matchup and thought the Badgers were deserving of a 5 seed. I thought if they were a 6, they'd be maybe in St. Louis with an opportunity to play a little closer to home. I wouldn't say High Point had any bit of a home court advantage, although sometimes you see this in the tournament. A lot of purple in the stands, a lot of red in the stands, noise for both. But when a game gets tight and you've got a 12 playing a 5, a lot of time those ancillary fans not wearing purple, not wearing red, start going for the underdog. They like a little chaos in the tournament, and it certainly felt like it was loud as plays were kind of falling in favor of High Point toward the end of that game. So the Badgers finished the season with a record of 24-11, and they also lose Nick Boyd. That's it. That's the end of the Nick Boyd era, this one-and-done transfer out of the portal into Wisconsin's program. He was everything they had hoped when they got him in. He was the ringleader. He was the emotional leader. He was everything. And he goes down with 27 points, 5 rebounds, and 6 assists. So very frustrating end here to the Badgers season, as you can boil it down to a handful of plays. But, tight rotation here for Greg Gard. Just 2 guys off the bench. It didn't really see anybody beyond Nolan Winter, who played just 8 minutes in this game. I was a little surprised by that. However, you could argue that the Badgers built a pretty good rotation with the plan full of players they had in the Big Ten tournament with Winter off the floor. I should say 8 points, not 8 minutes for Nolan Winter. He did play a little more than that. Braden Carrington, the only other player off the bench here for Greg Gard. So 7 deep, that was it for Greg Gard in this tournament. High Point went 9 deep and ultimately earning a win today. So 83-82 the final. Very disappointing finish for the Wisconsin Badgers. But what does that do to your bracket? Let's look holistically at the brackets coming up. Going to take a 2-minute break here. We'll dive into the other games that have gone final, games that are about to go final here in the second half, and what our night schedule looks like as we continue. Potawatomi Sportsbook, you're following the live stream tournament talk here at Potawatomi. All right, everybody, welcome back to Potawatomi Casino Hotel and the beautiful Potawatomi Sportsbook. I can hear the action going on behind me. If you're not here, you're missing out, by the way. Great crowd. A lot of red in the crowd, as you might expect. Folks cheering on the Badgers here in Milwaukee, but it was not to be for the Wisconsin Badgers today. Their tournament ends after just one game, losing to High Point, 83-82. Year number 2, by the way, for the Sportsbook, and a great crowd here. You can hear the action behind me. I'm Greg Matzek from WTMJ Radio. Happy to be here inside Potawatomi Sportsbook for all the action today. And, fascinated by day 1 of the tournament. One of the great days of the year, as I'm sure has been outlined throughout the course of the day. You're digging it too, maybe watching the games while you're following the live stream here. I'm always fascinated by the matchups in the first round. Selection Sunday happens. All the brackets are revealed. You start to get a sense of who is going where. You start to try and pick upsets. You look for contrasting styles. Maybe you look for stylistic similarities, as in the case of High Point and Wisconsin today, 2 of the higher scoring teams in all of the NCAA. I'm interested in managing through that entire process when I'm filling out my brackets. Is there a real strategy? I don't know. Look, my bracket's already kind of iffy with Wisconsin losing. I still have my champion in Duke, but they survived a scare today. But it underscores the unpredictable nature of the tournament and why picking out, who's going to win and when and over who, even by how much, if you want to go that far, it is a very tricky proposition. You've got guidelines here at Potawatomi, no doubt about that. You've got plenty of opportunities to bet on a variety of different things, prop bets, individual scores, money line, straight up against the spread, whatever you want to do, you can do it. Was fascinated to watch early on TCU against Ohio State. So TCU is a team that that likes to get out and run a little bit. You saw some of that early on today. They built a double-digit lead. Looked like they had Ohio State kind of dead in the water, and then the Buckeyes make a comeback. My only thought with Ohio State is that they had been battle-tested in the Big Ten, that maybe they could pull out a win here in this 8-9 matchup. Not that they had a great season. In fact, it was a kind of a lackluster season. But again, playing in the Big Ten, you're going to get battle-tested. And I thought Ohio State showed a little bit of that in coming back, but TCU just a little bit too much down the stretch in holding on for a win. No drama with Nebraska if we're sticking with the Big Ten here. Very clean and easy victory for them. And I thought maybe as a number 4, Nebraska, if you compare them with the other 4s in the tournament, they kind of stand out as a team that doesn't really spend a lot of time as a number 4 seed in the NCAA tournament. So you do kind of wonder how teams are going to handle it when it's their first real opportunity in this kind of tournament setting. And I think you saw a little bit of that with Duke. There were some Duke-Lehigh vibes early on today. If you think about that game with Jabari Parker as a freshman for Duke, losing to Lehigh, a 15 seed. This was several years ago, but nonetheless, when you look at a team like Duke, they are back in a position to be a favorite to win the NCAA tournament under John Shire, but it's a very different team than they had a year ago when they had 3 lottery picks, right? Cooper Flagg, Kant Knippel, Malalock. Malalock goes in the early round of the first round of the NBA draft. So they lose quite a bit of firepower, but they reload. So you get some younger players who are insanely talented, but on a stage that they've never really been on before, and you think maybe the ACC tournament can prepare you for the NCAA tournament, but there's nothing familiar about the NCAA tournament or playing Siena if you're a young team like Duke. So then you run into kind of a veteran-laden team in Siena, and despite them being a number 16 seed, they outplayed Duke in the first half of this game. The Duke Blue Devils' talent, I think, really shined through in that second half. And they were able to get a win, 71-65. So a second-half surge helps Duke in this situation, and they end up earning a 71-65 win. So surviving a scare, sometimes that's all you need. You survive that early round as an uber-talented team, and then you catch fire, and you breeze through the tournament. I think Duke does run into some challenges when you get a little closer to the Final Four. Other games that have gone final here, not a surprise, Louisville up in South Florida had that one picked 83-79. The Louisville Cardinals earned the win. Mentioned Nebraska with a convincing win over Troy. No upset there. In fact, very little drama in that game. Very clean win for Nebraska, 76-47. TCU with the win over Ohio State. So the Big Ten with a win and a couple losses here in the early going. Yeah, the other game that I was interested to watch here, and I had it on as I was approaching Potawatomi today, had it on the radio on Westwood One, Arkansas. I thought maybe they would be the second round opponent here of the Wisconsin Badgers. Didn't really see a roadblock with Hawaii, having to travel roughly 5 hours, 6 hours to Portland. That's an awfully long flight to get to Oregon for Hawaii. But Arkansas is one of those teams that has good guard play, not a lot of defense typically, but they're very difficult to keep up with. Another one of those, top 10 scoring offenses here in NCAA basketball. 54-39 at the half. I mean, it kind of underscores what I had thought would be the case here with Arkansas. And then I thought maybe they run into the Badgers, who play maybe a little better defense than you might see with Hawaii. Thought that would be kind of a shootout game in the making. Certainly did not end up being that, or is not going to end up being that, as Arkansas gets an early lead. And it's comfortable situation here, 54-39 at the half. Another game worth watching here, another 12-5 matchup. We like these. There's only 36 seconds left here. We'll hang on until this game is complete, but you've got Vanderbilt now leading at McNeese 75-65. So they put in a little surge here in the second half, and the game likely to go final here with a victory, Vanderbilt over McNeese. So there you go. We got you caught up here on the games, all happening or final in the early going of day one. 16 games total here on the list. Want to dive through the night games here and get through what the people here at Potawatomi think about those night games. Can we find some value? Can we find some value on the board? We'll take a quick 2-minute break. We'll finish up our live stream. We'll find you some value propositions here with late afternoon and evening games here at Potawatomi. Back after this. Hey everybody, Greg Matzek back here at Potawatomi Casino Hotel. The Sportsbook is popping off right behind us. If you've not booked your spot here at the Sportsbook for any level of the tournament, get it done. This is where you want to be. Great energy, 2,000 square foot video wall. I promise you the games are going to be on. Every game will be on. Got the sound on. You can hear it kind of back and forth, the ebb and flow with fans cheering. And it might be because they've made some wagers here on the games here, trying to find some value here with the night games. We're at not quite the halfway stage of our day with a handful of games that have gone final. A handful looks like they're about to go final as we'll dip into the night session here. Most intriguing game on the schedule for me is North Carolina against VCU. You know, VCU, very up and down team. They get back to the stage here in the tournament, taking out a North Carolina team that was 24-8, playing in a relatively tough ACC. North Carolina looking to take down VCU, but the spread on that game I find a very interesting 2.5. Carolina is favored. I would not be surprised to see VCU make that upset. In fact, I might lean toward VCU against the spread here in that particular game. I always struggle with spreads that are 30 points or more, and that's where we stand with Arizona and Michigan. So those two are off my board right now. I would stay away from those. A lot of intrigue with the Alabama-Hofstra game. This is a Friday game, so let's not get too far ahead of ourselves, but Alabama is favored by 11.5. I would probably lean Alabama at that number. Now, the big question about Alabama is that, their second leading scorer is out because he had 2 pounds of weed that was found on him. Well, that's a problem going into the NCAA tournament. So they're missing one of their best players. I think the line is reflective of a little uncertainty there. How are they going to adjust without one of their best players on the floor? So that becomes a really intriguing game. You might be able to find some value there, if and only because Alabama can get to 90 points in the blink of an eye. That team can just flat out score. Now, they don't play a ton of defense, but I don't know if I can picture Hofstra approaching 80 points in this game. I just can't picture that. So might be some value in Alabama. Again, that's a Friday game if you're looking to make a bet on that game through one of the kiosks here at Potawatomi or at the counter in the sports book. Rest of the games on the map tonight. St. Mary's 2.5-point favorite over Texas A&M. I do like St. Mary's as an at-large team out of that conference. Georgia-St. Louis, kind of an interesting one. 9-8 games are really tricky for me. Very similar profile teams typically. You've got a mid-major and then a major conference school out of the SEC. I usually tend to lean to the team that has got maybe a little more battle testing. In the case of Georgia, you're coming out of an SEC. My belief is that they have those 10 losses are some pretty quality losses. Do they have quality wins, however, to overcome a team like St. Louis? Illinois and Penn, another 25-point separation here with the spread here at Potawatomi. Another interesting team to watch here tonight is Houston. Kind of a clunky season for them. 28-6. I think the record looks impressive, and we've seen Houston make a pretty deep run under Kelvin Sampson in the last couple of years. Final Four team, right? A team that has predicated itself on playing stifling defense with just enough offense here to get it done. In fact, their offense has been more impressive than advertised, I think, the last couple of years. But they have lost some leadership. They've lost some scoring punch. Impressive record. Over-under on this game, not surprising, among the lower here in the first half or first day of action at 137.5. By comparison, St. Louis and Georgia, 167.5, right? You look at some of the others around here, and you're seeing that 150 to 170 total. So this screams low-scoring game. And with Houston as a 24.5-point favorite, boy, it's hard to see at the threshold where Idaho doesn't get to 50. And can Houston get to 75? You have to kind of do the math here. And 50 is a pretty low-scoring effort, even for a 15 seed. So, yes, that game could get out of hand, but if it gets so far out of hand, you might see Houston take the foot off the gas a little bit, too. And it could allow Idaho to get some buckets late to make things more cosmetically appealing, but also kind of obliterate that spread. So that's an intriguing game as well. Best time of year, isn't it? Best time of year, and it's only just getting started here at Potawatomi Sportsbook. Come on down later tonight, watch the games. Going to be on until about 11 or so tonight. Our live stream started at 11:30 today, so we're going to be wrapping things up here in just a few seconds. But I encourage you to get down here and enjoy Potawatomi Sportsbook. Grab food, grab a latte, grab a beer, and enjoy it. Come back again tomorrow if you are here today and want to come back, awesome. But be part of the action here at Potawatomi Sportsbook. Such a great time. Awesome time to be here. Best time of the year. So not only the first 4 days, round by round, game by game, it is the place to hang out. Want to thank the fine folks here at Potawatomi Sportsbook for doing this, and it's been great to have you along as well, kind of digesting what we've been watching, trying to make sense of things that maybe didn't make sense earlier today, and diving into the next slate of games here at Potawatomi. Get here and enjoy it. I'm Greg Matzek signing off from Potawatomi Sportsbook.